guys. Welcome back to the 2017 North American Scrabble Championship here in the Big Easy, New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm Conrad Bassett-Bouchard alongside
Robin Pollock-Daniel.
So if you weren't with us yesterday, we streamed about 7 games from the top divisions in both the North American as well as the international dictionaries, and we were so thrilled, as commentators and as a community, to announce Will Anderson as the 2017 North American Scrabble champion. But today we're looking to find the first place winner for the Collins division, the international lexicon, and we're going to be bringing you Dave Wiegand, a 2-time national champion in the U.S. against Brad Whitmarsh, one of the top East Coast players. And Dave is currently 1 game up.
1 game up at a huge spread.
And he's looking pretty good to take this down. If he can possibly just win 1 game today, but maybe 2 for sure would do it. So we're excited.
He's up 940 points in spread, so he'd have to lose 2 games by 400.
Yeah, so he's
225 each.
Yeah,
so.
he's looking good. He's looking like he had a few beers last night, but
Did he?
that's what you do. It wouldn't surprise me. He definitely does not look like he slept all that much.
Well, could be like you, not from drinking, but from anxiety and adrenaline and all that.
Yeah, though from what I know, my experiences with Dave.
Well, all I know is if I were Bradley, I'd be the one who'd be quaking in my boots because David is a giant.
Yeah,
there's no question.
Yeah. So I guess we're gonna get down to it.
Oh, and he's got a repines right away, and God knows what else in Collins. We'll have a
yeah.
Maybe nothing else. I'm always shocked that there's nothing else. I'm always thinking, oh yeah, it's Collins, so there's got to be 62 bingos in that rack, but not always.
Welcome, Eric, in Thailand, huh? How's that
Erepson,
going?
of course. Stupid me. Sorry. I knew that. So he's going to play Repines, I think. I don't know.
Brad's up first.
Oh, he's up. Brad's up first. Okay. That actually takes a bit of a pressure off Dave. Erepson would not allow for him to hit the P on the double letter to get more points, but Repines would actually make it very easy to make parallel plays. It opens up an E to a double letter above it, and it sticks an S on the center star. So a decision he didn't have to make.
Yeah. Interesting to me that anti-mob is not a word. We know it's not a word, but why not?
You think it should be?
Why not? I can define it.
Is anti-mafia good?
I bet.
I bet. Anti-mob is not good, and anti-mafia is not good.
King, this game is the current first place versus 4th place in the CSW division. Dave is winning by a game and a lot of point spread, so he's in good shape to win the tournament here, but we don't know that quite yet.
Welcome to Thailand. Good morning, or after, I guess good, I guess late afternoon for you.
11 hours ahead?
Yeah, 11 hours.
Or
good
13 hours ahead, 11, yeah. I just want to know why Eric is in Thailand right now.
Oh, is that Eric?
Yeah.
So one thing that Brad did that's going to help him is that he didn't play a long word to allow David to hook it onto a double word score. So Dave will score 10, 12 points less than he would have, right?
But he will be able to nicely slot it underneath there.
It,
which
that's what he's going to do.
But the board's going to be nice. It'll be, have the potential to be nice and open because the R will be on the far side. You'll have the S on the far.
You don't think he's going to hook the P under the O?
Yeah, but he'll be able to. Brad will be able to open the left side of the board underneath,
absolutely.
and then have a nice shot at the triple there. So it could be.
Oh, and he's just opened up. Okay,
yeah,
there we go.
So it could be worse for Brad, all things considered.
Nice S open there.
Yeah. So
very easy to slot underneath the R and the ME and Repines.
So I think in a sec here you're going to see Dave play Repines underneath Mob.
Now we haven't forgotten about the TWL division, even though. Will won with 3 games to go, which tells you the dominance he displayed in this tournament.
Will the thrill.
Will the thrill. I don't think he's ever been called that. Certainly not in his own mind, even. We do have hotly contested 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place championship games going on, and we might even show you one. We'll see how it goes in terms of if Dave clinches, and if not, we will certainly keep you up to date. And I see Mac Meller is playing Ian Weinstein, and Mac has Uabane on his opening rack to start with a blank.
And keep in mind, Mac and Ian. Mac got 3rd last year, and Ian got 2nd last year, so it's fitting that they're facing each other.
Okay. And Ian has a mittful with EGHKLMV.
Yeah.
So not the way that Ian wanted to start the game, and certainly
No.
Mac is kind of thrilled with how he started it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jackson, to answer your question, would I play it to the left for 2 fewer points? I feel like regardless of which side you're playing on, someone's going to play to the triple, and the board's going to be in pretty much the same position, just on the left side or the right side. So I'm instinctively inclined to take the points here, because you're still slotting an E either way. It's surprisingly like almost the same position, and for 2 points versus opening the S there, I think I would personally just take the points.
Well, I actually have a question for our crowd. Something that my son sent to me yesterday is that we actually have 2 monitors, and one monitor gives us in real time and one gives it in Twitch time. But he said that you actually should keep watching the studio monitor because the voiceover goes with the studio monitor, not with the Twitch.
Yeah, Twitch delay, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe we should actually be talking in time. So if you guys find that we're actually giving stuff away, let us know. If everything looks kosher and in time, you let us know that too. So we'll know which monitor to look at. Hi, Albany. Welcome. Good morning. Oh, the commentary is not the same as the vid. There you go. So we have to watch this bigger screen. How do you like that?
That makes sense as I think about it.
Yeah. We just didn't think about
guys,
it.
we are learning on the fly here.
Both our mics are muted?
I think we just weren't talking.
That's true. Oh, okay. Thank you, still.
Yeah,
we appreciate you saying that.
When we don't talk, our mics are probably muted. We will try to talk more, just as soon as our brains work. Well,
yeah, last night
your
in
brain
the
might work.
biggie, some of us indulged in some rich fish sauces. Some of us indulged in some rich beers.
I had a couple beers, but I had steak and a burger and poutine.
Now it all makes sense
It
why
all
you're
makes
feeling.
sense. Had food coma.
It's not because you didn't sleep.
It's because I ate too
It's your
much.
arteries were
Yeah,
clogging.
I know, right?
Oh, sorry to the players out who might be hearing me laugh. Try to keep it down.
They can deal with it.
All right, so we're starting to see a bit of a clogged board, which is to Dave's advantage as he has a slight lead.
Yeah, Dave, of course, loves playing his open boards, but
he's a lot like Will in that regard because he knows so many words.
Yeah.
Dave is the Will of Will Anderson of Collins words for sure.
Yeah. And we all love Dave. Just like Will, there's nobody who doesn't love Dave. There's nobody who doesn't love Will. They're just both awesome. They're just great.
They are awesome and humble guys. And
Yeah.
You'll see if Dave does win, and I'm going to predict he's going to sit here and you're going to see his shoulders go up and down, shrugging. Like, I don't know, I just got lucky. And,
the shoulder shrug. The classic Dave shoulder shrug. That's like his thing. Carmel, you cannot play Mewtwo. I'm trying to think which Pokemon are good in Scrabble. I'm sure there's certainly a few that are just
so
like
much
English
cooler
words,
than
but
I go and look the word up to see if it's good, and you know what it is.
Mewtwo. Oh yeah. Did they add Mewtwo to Pokemon Go this week, or is that still to come? I know the Pokemon Go Fest was in Chicago. We actually had a couple people not come to this event so that they could go to Pokemon Go Fest. And there are a number of diehard fans here still.
I'm still trying to decide if that's the utmost in treason or, we're going to give them a pass on that one because it's Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, it's Cate. Cate Fukawa-Connolly is
we'll
one of
one
of our favorite people. So she gets unlimited passes.
Except she knows all the good places here in New Orleans, and she would have been a great resource.
Yeah, but since we've been here with her for the last 7 years, we know all the places. All the places, all the things.
Thinking of maybe dipping your toes into the Scrabble tournament scene, that she runs an amazing tournament around January, which is such a great time to come to New Orleans.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of directing it last year.
Did you?
Yeah, it was fun.
Oh, fabulous.
And I've been all 7 years, or this will be 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16. This will be my 7th time. Again, math, very hard. It's almost as hard as spelling. Counting and spelling are 2 things that do not come naturally to me.
So it's a good thing you're a
yes, it's-
fabulous Scrabble player.
Yes, it's a good thing that I'm here. So, meanwhile, on planet Dave.
So this is the trouble when you do these kind of tight boards. If you, Mew takes an S, but it also takes an L, and he doesn't have that. Keys obviously takes an S in front of it. He doesn't have that. And Mew takes an S on top of it. He doesn't have that.
Yeah.
So, and he's got the J to get rid of. So, and the W, and I don't think he's going to pass.
Do you see the bingo on Brad's rack? It's a pretty cool one.
Gumdrop, beauty, and
It's a-
nowhere to play.
Yeah,
it.
great,
Oh.
great find by Evil Budgie, former world champion.
So yesterday when he had Umbellule to the ETH, the other bingo he had, because one of the tiles was a blank, was blue gum. That
Oh,
was his
okay.
only a natural set, not natural, but his only 7 was blue
Yeah.
gum. So
Yeah.
now we're getting gumdrop. So we're starting to see a theme.
Yeah. So Dave is finally gonna go for a play here, and
Oh, and wow. So, choosing to open the board, perhaps dangerously.
but he had no way not to.
He had nothing else to do.
He has pretty much no way to open the board here.
But that's a good philosophical question. Do you do that and give your opponent an opportunity to score 40 quick points while you're saving the J?
Yeah, I suspect that Dave would do that. That makes sense.
If I had done that, I would have picked 5. I would have picked 4 consonants. It's just, he has a bit of a...
That's
Okay,
fine.
so guys, this is where we need your input, because I think E now just came down for you.
Yeah.
Was there a disconnect in our commentary?
Well, judging by Rich saying E now right as he put down E now, I'm gonna say
Well, he's
Oh,
also
no.
here in the room with us.
that's fair.
There wasn't for me.
Yeah,
Okay,
it was
perfect.
correct.
So
Okay.
we have to watch that.
Okay,
one.
cool.
Excellent. Now we're on track.
So NYER unfortunately is not a word, so he wouldn't be able to play gumdrop.
It would have been a great
Mirror.
spot for it.
But Moop certainly scores a reasonable amount of points here.
I'm gonna guess he's gonna pick 3 consonants.
Just want to throw a shout out to Carmel Dodd Superfan, the ultimate superfan of all superfans worldwide.
For Carmel Dodd exclusively.
But ultimately,
general.
it's what everybody should aspire to.
Okay. Carmel had such a good start to the tournament.
Still hanging
They're
around,
still
though.
hanging around.
You know, I think the best showing of all the Aussies.
Was that right?
I think
What a
so.
long trip for them, eh?
Yeah.
But you know what? Every time we go to them,
Oh, I have yet to. I would love to. One of these days, years, times, things.
So I'll tell you my Australia Scrabble story, since we have while we're waiting. I had an opportunity to go to the World Championships in, was it
15. Or the
no, but the one before
Melbourne.
that.
Oh, 2000.
So 1999, I think.
Yeah, that sounds
It must
right.
have been
Yeah,
1999 because I was pregnant with my second son.
Okay.
And I was only like in the 2nd month, but I just decided that it was just too long a journey to go whilst pregnant. And I would have traveled with Joel Wapnick, who ended up winning the tournament.
Yep.
We're both in Canada. We would have taken the same flight. And he told me that the flight there, the turbulence was the worst in the history of the airline, the flight crew was
Oh,
telling
no.
him. The man who was sitting next to him, which would have been me, grabbed his arm instinctively and dug his nails into him for like 20 minutes while the plane lurched in the sky. Now, the hormonal cascade I would have treated my unborn child to probably would have changed his personality forever.
Yeah.
So that was my one chance to go to, to Australia.
Yeah.
But there'll be other ones.
So Dave's playing a super Scrabbly word in Ephod. No idea how to pronounce it. I know the word.
I think FOD sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
And it
That's it.
scores, but he'd love to get rid of that J.
But it's a nice setup for the J, 'cause if he gets an A or an E, he can play Joe or Ja there for a quick 39.
Yeah, and that's probably what part of his thinking. He can play Ja next turn.
Yeah, and it seems like
Oh, thanks, Karma. I would love to come to
Australia.
Australia.
Bradley might not play there 'cause he's got the Oma spot maybe.
He's got the Oma and Wog and Woo, but that's not going to help him.
Yeah.
So many more two-letter words in columns for all of you guys who were watching yesterday, the TWL games. It really allows for so many more hooks, and that's why the average score in a Collins game is often higher. It's usually higher because there's so many more opportunities to score. And in fact, Jason Keller, who is a what do we call that? Bilectual?
Yes, bilectuality.
Bilectuality. He plays both dictionaries. Came up to me 2 days ago, and he put his head into the crook of my neck, and he goes, "I can't play TWL anymore. I have so many bingos I can't put down. It's killing me."
I think he should have thought about that before he played the tournament. I think you could have guessed that if that was a problem you were going to have, don't play. And you can't.
I think sometimes you need to have it just like thrown in your face.
Yeah, but he's had it before. Like, he's made this decision before. He's switched back and forth. It's like, you had a bad tournament.
And how's that like his life?
Well, that is, I think Brad may have missed OMA.
He certainly would have scored a lot
For the
more.
life of me, the stream is totally right. I don't know why somebody is literally just standing next to Dave. It is extremely entertaining, and I have no idea why it's happening. There's literally someone just standing there.
It looks like his hands are
Oh,
up
it's
too.
it's our guy. Yeah.
He's fixing a camera.
Right. Yeah, he's just fixing a camera.
Well, otherwise, why would his arms be up?
Right.
He's big on deodorant or
Yeah.
which, you know, in the Scrabble culture might be a good lesson for some
Yeah,
people.
sure. Not necessarily the worst thing ever. I am extremely entertained. Dave just looking completely unaffected, which is classic Dave. He is crew though, yeah.
And he's noticing it. If you ask him later, he'll go, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know that there's too much to think about, but let's see.
He might consider playing CAF, WAF, and OMA here. I mean, it's
yeah.
you know, it's probably not quite worth it.
He's held on to the J now for 3 turns. I think it's time to say bye-bye.
And it's also possible that, you know, Bradley just didn't see OMA because he played a good, which didn't really make any sense.
But could he have gotten rid of 2 vowels? He had 4 on his rack.
That's so many points to give up.
It is a lot of points to give up. You're right. There's always a tension when you play a really, really top player like Dave who knows so many words. Do you open the board in order to maximize your chances to score as well, because you know as soon as Dave takes a good enough lead, he's going to start shutting the board down? Or do you close it down? I know the first time I played Nigel, or the second time, because I learned my lesson the first time. It's like, stop opening the bloody board, because even though he's futzing around for 4 turns in a row, as soon as you open the board, you know he's going to pounce with an 80-point lead.
So it's interesting to me. I always actually tell people, if you're playing someone better than you, keep the board as wide open as you can.
There you go.
Because sometimes, I mean, obviously when you lose, you're going to lose by a lot.
Right.
But I think over time, like, the games when you do get the good tiles, it's going to help you win.
It's going to help
you just have to accept that, like, yeah, Nigel's going to play that 80-point bingo on you a lot. And it's just, oh, that's life. And then, you know, from there. And I gave that advice to a couple people.
That's really interesting.
This tournament. And, well, everyone's beating Nigel this tournament because Nigel's tiles this tournament have been about as good as your view of Dave right now.
Yeah, well... But that's actually good for people out there to see that even brilliant players who manage to find 36-point plays out of nothing constantly, when the tiles are really lousy, and there's you know.
That's sort of what it is, you know, Scrabble kind of imitates life. You know, sometimes that's part of why a lot of us love the game so much. Sometimes you can prepare and things go well. Sometimes you can prepare, things go terribly. Sometimes you can, like, mess around and things go awfully, and sometimes you can just mess around and things go your way. Kind of like how life works. And that's part of why I love this game so much. Because I can be lazy.
So he's making a word that has 2 interesting possibilities to it. One, it takes an A in front of it, so he's setting up a hook that he actually doesn't have yet, but he's allowing for that possibility. But he's also setting up a juicy spot for Dave to come back, starting from the triple row on the left with a double letter score, and that will open up a triple for him. So
but he doesn't have anything, though. Or is FREI? No, it's not Collins.
No. He would have had Quiff or something to be a good if he...
Yeah.
Right now he doesn't have anything. We'll see what he does.
Yeah.
But it's Stefan Fatsas, who I hope you all watched the interview yesterday, and you can always catch it online again. He always talks about risk and reward in Scrabble. So this is a perfect example of it. Maybe score a ton of points by utilizing that juicy spot over foul, but risk opening up a triple.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of the game. And I don't know if Alfred Butts really, you know, if he was an evil, you know, or a benevolent genius and figured that all out when he put the configuration of the board together, but it allows for that, and it makes it so exciting.
Yeah. Swiggy, basically this lexicon is, yeah, as Scrabble Rich is saying here, it's the HarperCollins dictionary from England. Yeah, it looks like elf and fuse, but I think in this case that's a lot of points could leave.
Now,
keep the lead and run with it.
Ralph is good, but unfortunately he's got Gallier, which it will not play.
You can't have a e-foul, an online foul.
So these S's have not shown up. There's only one out, and whoever gets an S and can bingo off of Mew or Skis is going to be in a good position.
Yeah, well, Dave
especially Skis, because that really blocks.
It looks
Laura.
like Dave's going to be the one to do that.
Herdes, yeah.
Yeah.
Herdes.
That's a nice play by Brad. Probably the best play there.
He's got the H, but he doesn't have an O. If he wanted to maybe just score 40 points and go under Fuji, and he had
yeah, it would have been.
It might have been worth it.
It might have been an interesting spot, but Herdes and pretty good at this point. I mean, he'll take a huge lead, and the board will be virtually dead. So I think
there are 3 other bingos in there.
This ought to put Dave's win percentage for the game at like, I don't know, more than 90% probably.
Yeah. So, so much for tension. We're going to have to pretend that. And even gets the H on the triple letter.
Yeah, we could take a pool of how you pronounce Fuci.
Fukai.
Fukai.
I think so.
Fukai.
It's a plant thing,
Fuku?
Right? Fuku.
Yeah. Yeah, see, there we go. Do we have any pre-match rituals? So I'm not the most superstitious person, but I have this thing where, so you're allowed to shake the bag before your opponent draws tiles, and if I wait for like longer than, if my opponent waits for longer than like 5 seconds to draw their tiles before the game starts, I have to reshake the bag. It's like the only time that I need to feel like I'm in control in life. The rest of life, I'm totally good, be it Scrabble or anything else, but I have to shake the tile bag. I don't know what it is. How about you?
Mine is to use the same bathroom stall if I won the game before, because obviously it's because of the bathroom stall that I won.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now I want to actually point out something very interesting to us anyway.
Yeah. On
the TWL board, we're playing Mac Miller and Ian Weinstein, both people who know a lot of words. And I see a phony relended, and I'm not actually surprised to see that it was played by Mac, testing Ian's word skill and his nerve. So he got away with a phony, which if it costs Ian second place, it's not going to be a good situation. Yeah.
Welcome back, Chili.
And right now I'll get you a score. It's quite 6 turns into the game each, and Mac is up 347 to 191. So that relended is not going to be good.
Yeah. Stellan, yes, all slurs are allowed. Ultimately, they are combinations of letters. Yes, Herdes, in fact, means the butt.
Yeah, that's the beauty thing. Rich is telling you guys, anything that's in the dictionary is allowed. It's so beautiful to have this dictionary because there's no more arguments. Buy the dictionary. If it's in there, it's good. If it's not, it's not. And you can't, well, I saw that on Aunt Ida's game 4 years ago, and it must be good.
I'm still going to complain, though, when there's... what did I see? Oh, I had one for anyone who is into the fruit. We were playing a variant of Scrabble the other night. Someone had the word maniacal. Maniacal plus an S is calamansi, which is a fruit. And I was thrilled to find calamansi.
Wow, that's impressive.
It's not a word.
Oh.
It's the stupidest thing ever. Calamansi juice, it's like a, lime.
Well, Rich will tell you we were playing fun games while we weren't doing the commentary yet. And he tried booleans, which I challenged. And we were playing Collins. And it wasn't good. And then he tried boolean, I was thinking it was adjectival. And I challenged it anyway. It's just a 5-point challenge. And it wasn't good either. And then all the mathematicians in the room were going, what do you mean it's not a good word?
Because it's like Boolean, because it's capitalized. It's named after a dude.
Well, so is Xerox not, but I guess it's not off copyright.
Yeah.
That's our rule. That's why you sometimes see Xerox and Kleenex now and stuff
Yeah.
like that. When it goes off copyright, we're allowed to put it into the dictionary.
Yeah.
That's actually a very interesting little tidbit for
Yeah.
everybody out there to know that.
Yeah, Zwicker, isn't calamansi delicious?
What does it look like? What does it taste like?
It tastes kind of like lime, but like I think a little
Oh.
sweeter, or maybe just the juice has more sugar in it. I don't
Is
know.
it small? Is it a small fruit?
I
or-
think so. I've actually never seen it in fruit form. Still, and yes, that has happened in the most awkward situations you could think of.
Has a player in a tournament ever dropped the N word? Oh, okay. Yeah, and the J one.
Yeah, that one
Cigarette.
shows up even more.
Dreamt about playing against Merlin. I'm going to be real honest with you.
Yeah.
It's been a fantasy of mine for a long time.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
it's
yeah,
allowed.
yeah.
Unfortunately, there are a lot of offensive words, and we do have a different dictionary for school and family play
Yeah.
because of that.
And as we mentioned, the kids are not allowed to use the bad words at the school tournament. So what do? They give the kids a list of all the bad words and say, don't use these words. So they may not be able to use them in the tournament.
But they sure know them off
But
by
my
heart.
goodness, they know them all by heart. So, props to Scrabble for corrupting the youth. Just one of my favorite things. I mentor a kid in Scrabble, and his dad told me that's what he did, and I was like, that's exactly what he would do. That makes so much sense. Boolean word equals false. Take a word off the board.
Listen, for us,
I love Katsu too.
They're playing pieces. The words are playing pieces. That's all they are. We have to divorce them from meaning.
Except when we're letting kids play Scrabble, apparently.
Except when we're playing, because that's just so not hypocritical of us.
Yeah.
So Bradley right now is on his second diaper, I believe.
Yeah, I feel like he's had this rack since the dawn of time. No salt at all from the commentators here.
Maybe he's getting ornery
Yeah.
with our commentary,
Uh,
with his racks.
We have commentator salt about the speed of play.
He doesn't know what to do. For me, I love the R's. It's one of my favorite letters. But
You
when
want
get
3 of
three
them?
on your back,
I mean, Rory, Rory, that's a word, right? Or is it Rorty? I don't know, Collins.
Rory is absolutely delicious, as is Rorty. They're
Yeah.
both excellent.
Delicious words.
Here we go. Here comes the opening of the
oh my
triples.
goodness, this is...
You don't have a choice.
Play Rory now. He can hang out for like one more turn. He's leaving RR. Or is it he's leaving RR. That will work 0% of the time.
Where would you like him to play Rory?
The bottom left through the O. Just keep
through the O, yeah.
Just keep the good leave for now and like wait a turn. Like open the board
Yeah,
when
he had an N and an O to hook onto the Hurdies.
Yeah, like wait a turn before you just throw it all up. Will did not drink the beer, but in fairness, he still has 3 more games, and he's hoping to probably set a record. He's very excited.
He didn't drink at all last time.
Well, he does. He's not a drinker.
He's not, oh, then he shouldn't drink.
Well, he agreed to me before the last nationals in Fort Wayne, Indiana, that if he won nationals, he would have a beer.
But he didn't say when.
After he won.
After.
So I brought it up to him on the stream yesterday. He's like, "Well, that that's kind of my thing. I don't really drink."
I will, in his defense, point out that after the 3 games today still constitutes after he won.
Yeah. Oh no, and that's what I said when someone asked him at dinner last night. Well, Will, are you gonna try the beer? And he's like, "Well, no, not yet." And I was like, "Yeah, no, that's fine. He can wait till tomorrow."
So poor Dave has to score 30 points, untripling his A's by
with a crappy rack.
triple.
Yeah. Yeah, Will can have 1 beer for every national championship he wins. So like by the time he's 70, he'll have had like 60 minutes. Oh goodness.
He's got Ariest and oh my goodness. Now, does he have anywhere to put it? Let's see.
Possibly a sheriff. It's never good when you are not sure if it's the sheriff or not. I prefer to know who I'm dealing with. Muffin, are you gonna come to the next New Orleans or something? I feel like I haven't seen you in, well, a year, because I haven't seen you in a year.
What do you mean possibly a sheriff? What is this namby-pamby dictionary we're getting here? Possibly.
Is that literally how
it's
it's
possibly a pudding.
Yeah, it's possibly a word.
It's possibly a tablecloth.
Yeah. Possibly a fruit. What could it possibly be? Let your imaginations run wild, but keep it PG-13.
Who pulled you over? Possibly a sheriff.
Yeah.
That's absolutely true typo
Yeah.
mix. Were you speeding? Possibly.
Possibly. I don't know.
Let's see what's doing over at the Mac game.
I don't think Arius is going to go anywhere right now. So
no, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah,
and Iserate is.
Irisate.
Irisate.
Yeah. I think Bradley will have the illusion of having a chance of coming back for another turn.
Maybe he mixed up relended with reblended. I don't know. I don't.
I
know.
think Mac just didn't. I don't think that was intentional, Phony.
I don't know how you don't challenge. Okay. Oh, okay. Whatever.
I mean, like, Mac will play a Phony.
Relend is good. That's what.
Oh yeah, relend is good.
But relended is not. Oh, so
Yeah.
it's a really, really good. The past tense. Well, I don't know if it's relent because that's actually also a word. So
I mean, it
who knows?
is. I mean, I don't know what else it would be. Like, I mean,
It's just that. Have you ever seen relended ever? Yeah,
no.
Yeah.
But I also
Yeah.
haven't studied words in 3 years. So.
Okay.
The Whitmarsh will be traversed. Weekend will always prevail, and he will confidently take a stein of beer and chug it for all to see. There's
Bradley has a fabulous. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, just between Dave here and Muffin are two of the most prolific beer drinkers in Scrabble. They've, I believe, have had some competitions before, in fact, to see who could chug a beer faster.
I like this line. Can Nola be in a closer city next year?
Yes.
We're
How
gonna
about
move this city.
how about San Francisco? Wait, that does not help you.
Oh, I would love it to be there. Can we
Yeah.
please have a tournament in San Francisco? I would
Every
love
December.
Every December?
Every December.
Or maybe
Come join
oh,
us.
It's when all my patients are due. My patient.
Then just tell them,
Yeah.
just wait a couple
Just
days.
wait a couple
Just wait a
days.
couple days.
You were sick for 4 years.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
you can wait another 2.
We have TWL as well as Collins now. We had a great Collins showing last year. Beer in Scrabble is very, very fun. I won't personally be in HK for a while, but the Hong Kong Scrabble organization is really kind of taken off there right now. I'd love to go back to the city. I have a couple friends, Scrabble friends, who live there who will always put me up. It's not Christmas themed Scrabble, but we used to have it during Halloween, and we would have costume contests.
Oh, it's a great city.
People would play in costumes all tournament. Or maybe it was just on Halloween. I forget. I never really dressed up for Halloween.
Not often. Yeah.
At least at the Scrabble tournaments, the closest I got was my ex and I changed to switch clothes. Oh no, that's not true. I cross-dressed once.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we were reusing a costume from a cross-dressing party the week before, where my two housemates and I were Charles's Angels. That was a fun party.
Do you have pictures? Because I'll pay to see them.
Oh yeah, they're right on Facebook. They're welcome to throw a picture of me cross-dressing up on the stream. That's totally cool because it was a great party. We had a wonderful time.
Have you been to Tokyo?
I have not. It's like my dream city to go to.
Apparently, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's just I've never made it there yet. I've chickened out of a couple trips. Not chickened out. I've had a couple trips that I could have gone, but just
didn't work out.
Just didn't quite work out. I'd like to learn the language more before I.
Oh, gentler on Brad.
Before I get there.
I'm reading his upside down and sideways stuff. He's got gentler on his rack, which is really sucks. I have a friend who has told me that there's a restaurant in Tokyo that every time he takes somebody there, they never fail to say, "This is the best meal I've ever had in my life." So definitely have to get to Tokyo.
One of these days,
so
for
the
sure.
The question for Dave is, does he remember yesterday, guys? Do you remember yesterday's lessons about stem racks? Satire is the uber stem rack. It's the first one you learn when you study Scrabble. And he's got 2 bingos that don't play. He doesn't have any 8s, and there's nothing through the VN or the TY or the AE. So the question becomes, does he fish off the I to keep his stem rack? And then the question would kind of be where. Yes, Regentle, absolutely. In 2 places and pretty much unblockable, right? Because of unless he plays through the V.
Yeah, which I don't really know if he's going to do that. I mean, there's some logic to doing it.
Well, even if he plays something like Vane to get rid of the eye, that won't block it.
Kate Fukawa-Connolly just said offline to me, meow.
Yeah.
Hello to Kate.
Hi, Kate. We miss you. What's the Pokemon greeting?
Meow works. When in doubt, just meow.
Just say meow.
Kate, we ate all of the food this week.
Kenji's liking Earth, which does make a lot of sense, blocking all of the
Yeah.
bingo lanes.
Yeah, at this point, Dave has so much spread on everyone. There's no reason not to. That's a much more Dave-er play to kind of keep the board open a bit.
I would say strategy is almost unnecessary at this point, but his lead is just 100. It's not 180. So
Yeah.
Whereas Mac, however, I think is enjoying a much more leisurely game at this point.
Which is, I think, what he wants in this situation. Not being ahead as safely as Dave is.
Yeah, Mac is up 423 to 308.
Yeah.
And he got down Moralize, Parhelia, Relended, and Uabane.
Yeah. And oh look, now Dave's rec has turned into satires. It got better, guys.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it got better. That
Well,
double S.
Asterius or whatever, if nothing else.
Oh yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, it's gonna score 58 points.
Or
but okay.
Tarsiers fits too. We can find words, guys. We know words.
Atresias and Asterias.
Did you guys know that we know words?
Oh, he's got a Gisters. Does that fit?
He's Tarsiers. Oh, a Gisters fits too.
Gisters fits too. That's
Yeah.
the better play.
Yeah. We know the words.
And of course, Bradley gets the Q and the V late in the game because it's just that kind of game.
That's just how it is right now.
What do you think Brad's reaction is going to be when he puts down a Satire's rack?
OFC. GG, I lose. Come back next time. Fail. Salt. Bible thump.
So okay? Let's build some tension here. Now we need to find out the result of game 2. So Austin is playing Joey, and Austin is 1 game behind Dave, 19-9 to Dave's 28, but he's down by 931 points in spread. So he really has to win. Austin has to win every single game today, I would think. Joey is 2 games behind Dave and 1 game behind Austin, and his spread is about 300 behind Austin's. So this is a very, very important game, actually. Oh, he's going to play Tarsiers. He's going to simultaneously block the triple lane on the left.
Yeah.
I think that's the reason for that decision. He doesn't need the points. And it's probably not that many different points either.
Yeah. Dave is literally made of points. Like if you tried to figure out what Dave was made of, you'd find that he's made of points. Oh, look, he found a blank.
Actually, they're both 70 points, so there you go. He's made of points. Yes, if you split him open like a piñata, we would have numbers come out of him. Is this basically what would happen?
And a little bit of beer. Is this where the air horns go off? No, but as we said, when you play in Thailand, you might get stuck listening to the final countdown all day. During the last round, they always play that song on repeat for like an hour. So in case anyone wants me to sing diddly-doo, diddly-doo-doo for them again, you're welcome. I have angered all of you.
I like Typo Mix's comment. Can we get an instant replay on the use of all tiles and slow-mo?
Yeah. It's not slow enough already.
And then Brad going, no. Hopefully one of these days we'll get a game where we're not just going, well, at halfway point, well, that game's over.
Yeah.
It really is an exciting game, and there are plenty of games that come down to the last word.
Yeah.
We promise you, those exist more often than this.
Yeah. Stone, there have been a number of awesome Scrabble couples throughout the years, and some cool Scrabble families. Beyond that, I'll leave the rest to your imagination.
There have been divorces.
There have also been divorces or 5.5-year
Affairs.
relationships and affairs. You know, it's a subculture. It's a
It
subculture.
truly is a family. Like, think about it. I can go and you can go anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
And people know who we are. We can go to Africa. We can go to Australia. We can go, well, maybe not Antarctica.
Maybe not Antarctica.
But, like, we're known, and you become known, and you just say, you know, where's the Scrabble Club? And now you're part of the, and everybody will make a big fuss over you. Like, look who's here from Kalamazoo.
But even if they don't know, like, you as a person, they just know you're a Scrabble player and visiting. It's just like, your family. Your family.
Your family.
That's it.
Oh, look at the nice symmetry in Dave's score. Now, Bradley thinks it's more 666 than 444, but...
I feel like, anyone think Bradley's missing a 1 from the front of his score?
I know I'm not going to get that joke.
Yeah. He was not lead enough this game. He was about 1,000 points short. But
all right,
we still love him.
So Dave is up by 107
The game's over.
points. Yeah, in terms of I'm adding.
I'm
adding
spread.
to
Yeah,
his
yeah.
spread,
You're doing
so
the real math.
he's adding another 107 points to his already prolific spread, which currently puts him 1,000 points ahead of his closest competition. Over at the other board, before we sign off, I'll just give you an update.
Quickly before you do that,
Sure, go for
Carmel
it.
Dodd Superfan, look up the ASPA, Australian Scrabble Players Association. They've got a lot of good stuff in Sydney. We have a couple people from there here at this tournament, but definitely look up the ASPA, and you'll find out about Scrabble in Australia. And you'll be seeing us again in just a few minutes after this game, but Robin's just gonna.
It's just not loading. I'm trying to get
well,
it to.
Mac won.
I'm going to assume that Mac won. He's over. Oh, but Ian's cut it down to 90 points.
Yeah, but he has no bingo, and
he's got no bingo. Okay, yeah.
This was game 1, and you'll be back for game 2 in just a bit. Are we going to be interviewing Dave? Should I come drag Dave over here?
I don't know if it's a good idea to be interviewing players today. What do you think when they're in contention?
I don't think Dave ever cares.
You don't think he cares?
I don't know.
Well, we'll make an executive decision and stay close to the computer so that you don't lose out on some choice words from our potential champ.
Yeah, so we might see Dave. Otherwise, we'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
that so far?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy, although I lost my last game when I should not have. I let my opponent get a bingo lane, and they won.
Okay. So, how did you first get into playing Scrabble?
So I read this book called Word Freak, which is by Stefan Patsis. So, and it's basically a description of his adventures through the world of competitive Scrabble.
And tell me about your first tournament.
My first tournament was in Monrovia, and I wasn't that used to Scrabble, and I didn't do so well, but I had fun and I enjoyed it, so I kept coming back because the Monrovia that was a regular tournament.
Mm-hmm. And so, what do you do for work outside of Scrabble?
I'm still in school.
Okay, I knew that. What's your favorite subject at school?
Probably either math or Latin. I'd like to think I'm very good at math, and Latin, my teacher is very good and makes the lessons fun, and it also does help with Scrabble.
Didn't you just get some solid recognition for your Latin skills recently?
Yeah, my opponent, not in this tournament, but tried to pluralize Q-U-O-R-A, which is already plural, so I challenged that.
That's actually not a word.
Oh.
I meant your accolades outside of Scrabble with Latin.
Oh,
Quora's a website.
It's also the plural of quorum, but so I did go to a Latin tournament, and I did pretty well. Although one of my teammates was much better than I was, and got most of our points, but I still contributed.
Yeah. So what does your school think of this Scrabble hobby? Do you get to play there at all?
I started a word games club where I play once a week, but it's not only Scrabble. But not many people go there, but it's enough to make me feel happy about it.
Mm-hmm. And do you ever play during class or anything?
No, I'm not allowed to.
You're not allowed to play Scrabble in class. Doesn't that, as far as like games go, isn't that pretty academic?
Yeah, well, I mean, there are people who do worse, like actual video games.
Yeah. Okay. You might have to work on that. So you are a connoisseur of fine hamburgers. I happen to share that taste with you. So tell the world, what's the best one out there?
I have to say, Cheesecake Factory makes some pretty good sliders.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That's good stuff. So not too long ago, you had a lot more hair. You don't have as much anymore. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so I donated my hair to Locks of Love, which is an organization that makes wigs for children with cancer or other hair loss diseases.
And like, how many inches of hair did you donate roughly?
Around 10 inches, maybe.
So that's quite a bit of hair. He had a lot more hair before. So you're a cool guy. We all know that. But tell us about that tall guy over in Division 4 who you're always hanging out with. Who's that?
Oh, that's my dad. He also plays Scrabble. I managed to get him into it.
Okay.
And he's doing pretty well, although I'm still better.
Mm-hmm. And does he ever beat you?
He has beaten me on occasion, but that's a rarity.
It's a rarity at this point, because the last time I saw you guys play in a tournament, he beat you, but that was years ago.
Yes.
Okay. You think his rating is going to go up as far as yours is going up?
Well, I hope so, because I do enjoy his company, and he's getting pretty good.
Cool, good stuff. So what is you've had a lot of cool things happen in Scrabble thus far, but what has been your favorite moment in the Scrabble world so far?
I gotta say, probably either of the times that I won the kids national tournament. That was pretty fun, and I really enjoyed that because it was tough to win, and I had both of the times we'd lost a game, so I had to claw my way back up to the top.
Yeah. So as someone who's played a lot of Scrabble with you over the years, it's certainly been really cool to watch you do well. And, you've still got one more year of eligibility, and not very many people have won twice before. Do you think you're going to be the first person to win the third time?
Yeah, I do think I have a very good shot, and I don't know who my partner is going to be yet, but I can assure you that I still
questions I should be asking you? Anything I failed to mention?
Not really. That's pretty much it.
Cool. Sounds good. Well, Zach, I hope you have a great rest of your tournament. I will certainly be cheering you on in Division 3. It's the division of all the kids, and I suspect the kid's probably going to take that division. So thanks a lot for your time,
You're welcome.
and have a good rest of your tournament, and we'll see you for the next interview.
All right.
So, tell me your name and where you're from.
My name is Jack Peters, and I'm from Waltham, Massachusetts.
How'd you get your start playing competitive Scrabble?
My mom's side of the family, that entire side plays Scrabble. My uncle is Ben Greenwood. He's pretty well known, I believe, in the Scrabble community. And yeah, my grandma plays, my mom plays, so it's just a family thing, basically.
Nice. And tell me about the first tournament you ever played in. What was that like?
The first tournament I played in was one of my uncle's tournaments in 2004 when I was 8. I lost all 3 games. I don't remember the scores. And then I took a 10-year hiatus. He came back as a 2015 national championship. So, yeah.
Very good. And what is it about this game, about this community? You talked about your family already, but what is it that keeps you playing Scrabble?
I mean, Scrabble's just such a fantastic game. A lot of people don't realize how multifaceted the game is. I would say there's so many different strategy elements and different things to consider when you're playing. It's just such a great game, essentially. And the people that play also they're so interesting. Meet the coolest people playing Scrabble, really. Yeah.
Cool. And other than Scrabble, tell me something that you're good at.
I'm good at. I played baseball as well. I lived in London for a long time, and I played on a team there, which was a lot of fun. And we were pretty successful. We won a couple of youth national championships. So.
Awesome. What position?
Catcher, but I played a couple different positions. I also pitched for those teams.
Cool. And you're currently leading Division 3, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Well, good luck to you the rest of the way.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right.
Hey guys, this is Conrad. I'm here with Jennifer Lee in the Collins division. How's your tournament going so far?
It could be better,
Okay.
but it's okay, I think. Maybe.
So it could be worse.
I guess statistically only 3 games worse.
Okay.
But I guess that's true. It could be worse.
Okay. So tell me, Jennifer, where are you from?
I am from Seattle.
Cool. And how did you first start playing this game of Scrabble?
I read Word Freak after Amazon suggested it to me as something I might like, and I thought it was really fun. I grew up playing board games with my brother and really like games and like words, and thought it'd be something I'd be very good at. So I went to my first tournament naively thinking that I'd be super good, and I got destroyed, and that made me want to come back even more.
So that's cool. So it made you want to come back. Were these tournaments in Seattle, or were they in...
No, my first tournament was in D.C. in 2013, I think.
Okay. Cool. So what do you do outside of Scrabble? Tell me about your job.
I am a lawyer for the White House, and I also advise on ocean policy.
Cool. How long have you been doing that for?
About 7 years now.
Okay, cool. And how'd you end up in law? How'd you end up White House? How'd you end up in all these things?
I was a neurobiologist turned lawyer, and when I was in law school in Washington, D.C., I started working for the Environmental Protection Agency. That was my first job with the federal government. And then I learned about my current office, the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, and thought it'd be a really cool place to work where I could mix both policy and law and science and international issues, all things that I enjoy and have degrees in. So
Cool.
It's unusual to be able to mix all those in one place, and that was a place I found that.
Yeah. So do you think like law, that's the thing you're going to stick with? Or
I've been trending more towards environmental policy over time,
Okay.
but I think I enjoy practicing law,
yeah.
primarily in the environmental-ish sphere.
Yeah. So my understanding is that there's a certain creature in the environmental world that you're a big fan of. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I love sea turtles. I want to be the Jane Goodall of sea turtles and save all of them and make sure that they don't go extinct because they're pretty close to that. And a lot of the environmental work and oceans work that I do is inspired by my love of turtles and trying to save them.
Awesome. So you would choose turtles over Scrabble, right?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Just making sure we have our priorities in line here.
I have a Scrabble tile bag I made that has tiny turtles floating all over it.
Awesome. And you made another tile bag recently as well, right?
I did. I made a beer bag for Evans because he enjoys drinking beer and also likes Scrabble.
And there's an extra one, and I really want it because it's cool, but I think she's giving it away as a prize.
Yes, the beer bag
transitioning back to Scrabble, so you're in the Collins division for Scrabble. Who's the best player in that division?
The best player who's playing, I think, is probably Dave Wiegand.
Ooh, Evans.
I don't know.
I
I'm
just
not.
wanted to see your answer.
I'm not skilled enough to
I
be
just
able
wanted to see your answer.
evaluate their expertise. But Evans is my favorite Collins player.
There we go. Cool. So, in playing the International Dictionary, so where's that taken you for travel?
I went to Perth, Australia in 2015 for the, not MSI, what is the other thing? WESPA, for the WESPA championship there. And that was really neat. I'd never been to Australia before, so I really enjoyed being able to travel there and play internationally.
Cool. And anything up next for you in terms of international travel for Scrabble?
Yeah, I'm going to Nairobi, Kenya later this year in November.
Cool. That should be awesome. Is that your first time to Africa? Or?
Yes, it is. I've been to Egypt, but
Egypt, okay.
yeah, sub-Saharan Africa. It'll be my
Sure.
first time.
Cool. Awesome. So what has been your favorite moment during your time in the Scrabble world?
Oh.
Or one that you've
I've had a
particularly
couple
loved?
of neat milestones. At the first Niagara tournament, I had my first 700 game, which was
Wow.
also my first 600 game. I had never scored 600 or 700, so that was really exciting. And then in Albany earlier this year, I played Adam Logan twice and beat him the second time, which was really thrilling for me.
Cool. And just to put a couple of these things in perspective, I'm a national champion and I've never broken 700 before. And Adam Logan himself is, I believe, both a national and a world champion. So just so that we're keeping this in perspective. So any other questions I should be asking you? Anything else you want to mention?
I think if you enjoy board games and you enjoy weird, quirky people and are looking for your family of nerds, Scrabble is a great place to come and be. I've really enjoyed the people that I've met through Scrabble and didn't expect that I would form such great friendships and find Scrabble love.
Yeah. And one final question. If you had to play another game instead of Scrabble, what would it be?
Oh, geez. That's really hard. Evans and I play a lot of board games. We play a lot of non-Scrabble board games more than Scrabble, and we've been playing Splendor a lot lately. I do
With
like
me.
that. Yeah, with you. We play many games of Splendor with you. I like that. I used to play World of Warcraft a lot.
Okay.
I would not be able to play Scrabble and WoW at the same time because they're both so demanding.
Did you ever come across Will Anderson in WoW?
No. Do you know what he played?
No, but he was the head of a guild, I think,
Oh, okay.
or something like that.
Awesome.
Up there.
I was in a cousin guild. My
Okay.
guild was made entirely of cousins because of a very large extended
Wow.
family. Yeah.
Cool. Well, that sounds good. Well, thanks so much for talking with me,
Sure.
Jennifer. I hope the rest of your tournament goes a little better. Hopefully a lot better, it sounds like. But
Yeah, that'd be
cool.
great.
Yeah. Thanks again.
Thanks, Conrad.
All right. I am here with Chuck. And so tell me, how did you get into Scrabble?
Well, I'll tell you, it was probably about 10 or 11 years ago. I played, our community college is doing a fundraiser for literacy, and it happened to be a Scrabble fundraiser. So I just showed up at the door and said, hey, can I play? And I played in my first tournament. I think I won that first tournament.
Cool.
It was an informal tournament.
Okay.
It wasn't an official NASPA tournament or anything, but there happened to be Marty Gabriel happened to be there and heard about the tournament, and he was able to contact a group of us where we were at and asked if we were interested in playing in Big Boy Scrabble. So we took him up on his offer, and we've been playing ever since.
So tell me, how'd that first tournament go?
That tournament did very well. My first actual official tournament, though, was a whole different story.
Oh, okay. Let's hear about it.
It was in Champaign, Illinois. John Foltz directed it. And I may have won 2 games out of about 13.
Oh, okay.
It was a lesson, but it was probably about 2 or 3 years before I played again in a tournament. But after that first initial one, I got hooked, and I've been playing now regularly for, like I said, about 8 to 10 years.
So what do you think brought you back, and what keeps bringing you back now?
I love, well, not only the game itself, but I like the people that I meet. We meet a lot of interesting people. It's a really fun group. It's just really nice to share a common interest and getting to learn more about what people do, outside of Scrabble too. It's just really enjoyable.
Yeah. Speaking of which, what's something else you do outside of Scrabble that you're really good at or love?
Really good at?
Or something you love?
It's, I have different kinds of hobbies. I do a little bit of. I used to play racquetball for a while. Just basically doing things around the house. My job keeps me busy. I work as a grants administrator for at a community college, so things just, life keeps me busy, but somehow we managed to fit Scrabble into all of
Yeah.
it.
And how's this tournament going for you?
So. I'm probably about as mediocre as you could expect. 9-9 and a plus 52 or
Oh, wow.
something like
So
that.
it's almost like you're not here.
It's almost like I don't exist.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks so much for talking, Chuck.
Thanks, Conrad.
So I am here with Martin DeMello. He's been living in the Bay Area for a while. So tell me, Martin, how did you get into Scrabble?
Hey, so my parents used to play when I was a kid, so I got into it then. And when I was in high school, we had a club startup, so that's when I got into the whole playing with dictionaries and clocks and all the good stuff.
Cool. And when was your first tournament? Tell me about that.
I believe it was when I was 15 or 16. It was the Dubai Scrabble Club ran a tournament to qualify for the Gulf tournament, which I did not, but I did go to the Dubai tournament and have a lot of fun.
Cool. And so what keeps you coming back to Scrabble? What is it about the game that you just love?
I love word games of all sorts.
Any go for it.
Sure. I enjoy like anagrams and the puzzle solving aspect, and it's really nice how in Scrabble you do have the chance to beat pretty much anyone if you get the right tiles.
Yeah.
Unlike say chess.
Sure. Yeah. Any other word games that you're into that you mentioned?
Well, I like anagrams, of course.
Sure.
Who doesn't? I'm really
good.
into cryptic crosswords. I'm trying to get some crosswords accepted for publication right now, which
Cool.
is my latest obsession.
Awesome. No, I can understand that. I've tried and unsuccessfully done that myself. So, and finally, so outside of Scrabble, what's something else that you love to do?
I love to cook.
Love to cook? Cool.
Yeah.
What's your favorite dish to cook?
I don't know. I like Indian food of all sorts. Try to cook Chinese unsuccessfully. Like French is a little easier.
Cool. Sounds good. And how's your tournament going?
About as well as I could expect it to go.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fair.
Mhm.
Well, thanks so much for talking, Martin.
No, thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Josh. This is Hannah. We are doing a Scrabble interview redux. Now, why? We're trying it again. Why are we doing that, Hannah?
Because I'm just so darn interesting. No, because the audio was a little bit messed up last time.
The audio was a disaster. You don't have to sugarcoat it.
It was
Something
just
was
probably
off
the
with the
worst thing
settings.
that's ever
But it
happened
was
to
a
me.
really enjoyable interview, so I think that's why we're going to try doing this again. So I thought we would try to hit on some of the high points of the interview, get that out of the
Scrabble
way.
joke.
Yes.
The high points. It's a thinker, that one.
So we started by talking about the early birds,
Right.
and how you totally shattered me. When I thought I was doing well, you put me down,
Yeah, I'm really just in this whole thing to put people down. That's the whole reason I play. Because it's just really enjoyable to see other people's sorrow. I just eat it up. No.
and then we talked about the time that you spend on stage performing,
Right,
all that kind of stuff.
right.
I think it comes right through the screen that people realize that you're like a natural performer. Would you say that's true?
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm acting all happy, and I'm miserable right now. No. I do a lot of theater, and I actually use a lot of Scrabble experiences for stand-up and improv and other comedy stuff that I do, because there's a lot of humor to be had at these events.
Then what we talked, you gave us a rundown
Right.
of the performances that you were in,
Right.
and then you sang a line from Rent. I think we need to get that in here again. And
Not
what I
fully
asked
warmed up.
was that you had performed in Rent, but how many minutes are there in a year?
Right, and I said 525,600 minutes, but then I pointed out, of course, that I sang the alto line, so my part was actually doom, 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 which is equally important. It's equally important.
Absolutely. And what else did we talk about in that interview? Now I can't even
Let's see.
remember.
Okay, I play. My mom is here with me, and my brother also plays, but couldn't be here this time. And well, I'm doing a little better Scrabble-wise than I was yesterday, so I'd say now
What's
both
your
life and
record?
Scrabble are good.
What's your record?
11? 10? 11?
Out
It's
of how
good.
many?
Out of 16? Numbers
Okay.
aren't my strong suit, but I'm doing okay.
That's good. And just to let everybody know, who is your mom? Your mom is playing.
The
right?
famous Katya Lezen.
Fantastic.
She,
That's great.
yeah. Yes, she's renowned in the Scrabble community.
I'm really trying not to say fantastic because I've been rewatching some of these interviews, and one of the ones I did half an hour ago, I said it 3 times in about 4 minutes. So
It's
I
a good thing you didn't.
I think that's great.
At least you don't answer with, well, that's really Beetlejuice. 'Cause we'd have a real problem on our hands. This has been an ultimately very silly interview, I would say.
Yes. So let's get down to brass tacks here. How did you get your start in Scrabble? Was it because of your mom and your brother
my
had
mom,
something
my
to do with it?
mom was the first of us to play in a tournament, but my brother needed a partner for school Scrabble, which you play in pairs. And as I said yesterday, I kind of just sat there for the first one. There's actually footage on the Today Show. Whenever there were camera crews at school Scrabble, they kind of gravitate towards us because we were 2 redheads. Very cherubic and freckly. And it's right before the Today Show went to commercial break, and all you hear is I say something, I whisper, and he turns back to me and he goes, "No, Hannah, that's stupid." And that's the clip that made it. My mom was none too pleased with either of us.
Well, that's great. Well, look, good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And I'm really glad that we got a chance to do this again.
Me too.
And I'm going to go back and delete the other one because it's awful.
Okay.
Not because of you, because of the
I
audio.
won't take it personally.
All right. Thanks very much, Hannah.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck the rest of the way.
Hey guys, this is Kenji, author of Breaking the Game. Here are 10 tips to help you improve at Scrabble. First, learn the 2- and 3-letter words. These words are crucial to your Scrabble success. Not only do they score a lot of points, but they also help you play longer words that otherwise wouldn't fit on the board. Learning a few hundred of these words over the course of an hour or 2 will make a tremendous difference in your Scrabble play. Second, look for parallel plays. Making a 3- or 4-letter play while also forming a bunch of 2- or 3-letter words is a great way of racking up a lot of points, especially with high point tiles in conjunction with bonus squares. Third, look for hooks. Making hooks and forming a perpendicular play is a useful method that Scrabble players use to score a lot of points. While the S is the most common hooking tile, tiles such as the Y back hook and A front hook are also fairly common. Fourth, look for letter combinations. Identifying combinations such as LY, QU, CH, or ING will help you find additional words and even bingos in your rack. 5. Learn the bingo. Bingos are words that use all 7 tiles in your rack in one play, netting you a 50-point bonus. Bingos frequently occur with balanced racks that contain the letters in the word relations, although other 2- and 3-point tiles can also be used given the right letter combinations. 6. Solve problems. Whether you have triplicate T's, a surplus of vowels, or too many high-point tiles on your rack, make plays or exchanges that solve these problems. 7. Designate a starting letter. Since there are so many different possibilities and permutations, it is much easier to find words when you designate a starting letter. Once you've exhausted all the possibilities with a specific starting letter, pick another letter and try again. 8. Focus on one spot at a time. Focusing only on one spot ensures that you don't become overwhelmed. Players who look for multiple possibilities all at once often end up finding nothing at all, finding much fewer plays than people who search much more methodically. 9. The S is for plurals, while the blank is for bingos. The S is a great tile for hooking onto already existing words and making perpendicular plays, while the blank's ability to be used as any letter is great for playing a bingo and capturing a 50-point bonus. 10. Scrabble is about scoring. While it might be tempting to fish for a cool or unique play, or successfully bluff somebody with a phony word, at the end of the day, being a good Scrabble player is about consistent scoring and play finding. Often the flashy play isn't the best play.
Do our best to keep our voices fairly low here, along with some ambient music being played closer to the players. So Jesse has opened up with Indao, scoring 26 points.
I see immediately that Matthew has Musical.
Yes.
And he has Leucomas.
Leucomas is going down fairly fast.
So that's got to have Matthew feeling pretty good to get down a double-double to start the final game of a tournament.
Really good start for Matthew. That's the kind of stuff you want to have go for you on that first turn of a championship game here, especially one that means so much.
He got it down so quickly, too.
Non-elite through that L in Leucomas, Jesse has in his rack.
Yeah.
The C is not quite in the right spot for Neotenic, which is another option. Jesse does have it lined up on his rack. Taking a little bit of time to think about the play before deciding on it.
Yeah, he's got it all queued up and ready to go. And I believe non-elite does not take an S, so it's not a particularly dangerous play in that regard. And it's exactly what he needed when you have somebody bingo early and worth so many points like a double-double. The first thing you want to do is bingo straight back, and that's exactly what he was able to do. 68 points for that, so he has a total of 94.
So essentially they are dead even in score. Jesse's drawn a couple of nice letters here. Potential scoring material. A whole lot of effort. Next couple of turns.
So we'll get that score up for you again. Jesse scoring with a 94 now.
And Matthew has BGG ANVE on his rack.
Now we've got Matthew's hair. Just when we thought we had the hair situation all taken care of. Yeah, GGNV, not a good situation, especially without an I to play through for the ING. But it's scoring tiles nonetheless. You can't bingo on every single turn.
There's a nocturne from Chopin playing near the board right now. I'd love to be able to play Scrabble music like that in a tournament. But I'm certainly not envious of the high-pressure situation here right now.
I'm looking over at the Collins final game, which has also gone to a fifth game. Peter Armstrong actually missing a few bingos and playing a phony, and yet way ahead, 462, 309, and I know it's further along than that. That's just where I am in watching it. I got to it late. Missed Broadish and played Inditor instead of Dinitro. Inditor is only good with a C in Dictor, Inditor. But didn't miss a bunch of other plays that scored a lot. Dave getting down Anti-Acne. But Peter able to get down that phony Inditor along with Siltier and Veneers.
The illustrious Brian Capoletto has suggested Avenge through the E in non-elite. And that appears to be the option that Matthew is going with.
Hi guys, we're back here at
Peter
the
cannot
North
pick a bad
American
rock.
Scrabble Championship for
Peter's having
2017.
a
I'm Conrad
fantastic
Bassett
run over there, so
alongside
that's pretty
Robin,
much all that
Daniel.
official that
The
he
real
will be
RPD.
the 2015 Collins
Um,
champion.
accept any.
Congratulations to Peter.
So
missed the Collins
in
zone
just a
with Grey
couple minutes,
Post,
we're going to be going down
GRAPLES,
to
but
Dave Wiegand,
it doesn't
who is
matter because now he's
a
got
game up
Bluster on
on
his
Austin
rack.
Shin.
I'm
Dave
not sure
is
that he's
a
got
longtime
places to put
Scrabbler,
stuff,
two-time national
but
champion from Portland, Oregon.
those
Austin
are
is a
racks that
player
his
from the
opponent
UK
is not
who's been
getting,
playing
and he has
since he was 8
labrets.
years old.
And
He is
flu is available for him
now
to
the
stick
same
him on,
age
and I
as
think as
me at
Peter plays,
27.
that we will.
Stop saying that, please. Getting a little
Guys,
tired of it.
Robin's 28, okay? So, yeah, Dave's one game up. He's going to be potentially playing Austin twice here. Austin needs to win both games to pass Dave. If Dave wins one game, he wins.
We're trying to get a spread differential for you, but we're having a little slow internet.
Yeah, we're going to get the audio.
Oh, here we go. No, it hasn't. They haven't done
Okay,
it online.
we believe that the audio has been fixed now.
Nobody can hear us?
on our end. No, the two the background audio, the videos are still fine.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we will start over.
Should we start over?
Yeah. So basically,
Hi.
hi.
Welcome
Yeah. So Dave Wiegand is going to be playing Austin Shin. This is for essentially first place. There are two. So Dave Wiegand is going to be playing Austin Shin. Games left. If Dave wins either of the next two games, he will win the International Dictionary. Yeah, Will won the North American Lexicon yesterday. This is the International Lexicon.
And Dave has never won this.
Dave has.
Not that we've had so many tournaments like this.
No, but he lost in epic fashion a couple of years ago on a
You're gonna talk about
ridiculous,
that?
phony.
Was played by him or against him?
No, against him, and for some inexplicable reason, he let it go.
Oh, and that cost him the whole tournament.
Ultimately, yeah.
Could you believe that? One
I
mistake.
was shocked.
Yeah, it's not like him, that's
yeah.
for sure.
So Dave is going to be playing Austin in just a couple minutes here. If Austin wins both games, he will take first place. A special guest for a few minutes in this game. Austin's girlfriend, Lindsay, a local Scrabble player in the New Orleans area who's been instrumental in helping this tournament, run smoothly. She's gotten food trucks to show up every day of the tournament, which is very important to me.
Lindsay?
Yeah, which is important to me as someone who, spent a year and a half of my life working on a food truck. So
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah, very
my God,
very
the
close to my
layers
heart.
to you, Conrad. I'm learning
There's
this
always
weekend.
there's always one more
Oh
surprise.
my God.
So Lindsay and Austin met through Scrabble, and she's already won her division here in Division 4. So we're hoping to bring her on for a few minutes in just a little bit to talk a little bit about her experience and what it's like to.
The celebrations going on there tonight.
That would be amazing.
Unbelievable.
And Lindsay's mom, Lila, was making a good run for it as well in the Collins Division 2, but had kind of a rough day yesterday. So, once we get started, I will replace myself with Lindsay for a bit, and we'll see what happens from there. In the meantime, in the TWL division, it looks like Mac and Alec are ahead of the pack. Going to be playing for second place.
Okay. We'd love to give you more statistics, guys. We're just having a lot of internet difficulties. In fact, I don't even see any chat right now, personally.
No, there's chat. I think there's
No,
chat.
but oh, here we go. Now
Yeah.
we got it. Nice delay
Oh,
fixed. Okay.
yeah.
It's finally coming through. But I'm trying to upload you the other games that are going on. I'm trying to upload you the scores, the cum differences, and I'm not being able to do that.
It's not your fault.
It's not my fault.
Not
I
your
feel
fault.
so responsible.
Nope, don't worry about it. We will just keep talking about all the wonderful Scrabbly things.
Oh,
Oh, look, things.
just from your kindness
See?
out in the universe, it repopulated.
See?
There you go. So Mac is playing Morris Greenberg, my favorite non-85-year-old Jew. Who has a name like Morris Greenberg and isn't an 85?
That's
you know,
true.
with his pants up to his
Yeah,
belly
that's
over the
very
belly.
true.
Come
You
on.
Mac is in for a chance at second. Yeah. Right now, it's looking like if Mac wins one more game. Well, if he wins one more game, he'll be in great shape. He probably won't do worse than third.
Not sure why they're not starting. Maybe they haven't been given the go-ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and
So-
Dave gets to go first in a game that there is.
Nothing.
I mentioned that he gets to go first because
Yeah.
there is a proven statistic in Scrabble that who goes first actually has an advantage
Yeah,
to winning
a
the
slight
game.
advantage. Yeah. So yeah, here we go. Let's see how.
Don't have to look at us anymore, guys. We can look at the board anytime now.
A few more seconds.
Anytime now.
Yeah,
Dave has picked all 1-pointers.
I suppose Rich or somebody could probably link. How's it going, Psychotic? Thanks for stopping by.
Psychotic.
Yeah. I believe the advantage over time has been shown to be about 55-45, 55 for the person going first. And if you click on that bit.ly link, it'll take you to the live coverage for the tournament, and it'll show how the divisions are split up either by dictionary or by rating. I can confirm that Robin picked her nose.
Okay. No, I farted.
Oh,
Come
right.
on.
Well, they would have heard that.
Pick your vice.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's true. It is a pretty massive advantage, for a game that, ultimately comes down to some level of randomness. But, over time, everyone's going to go, going to get about, 50% of the first and 50% of the seconds. So, the question is kind of more when are they going to show up?
So Dave hasn't picked up any 7s.
Even after trading.
He traded a couple, eh? Did he?
Yeah, he traded something.
And that's the thing to do when you have all 1-pointers and you really have nothing good to do. Although, you talk to Joe Edley, who's a multi-champion, and he says, take advantage of that first turn.
Yeah, I mean, but sometimes that is the way to take advantage of it, is seeing what your opponent does and improving your situation.
And unbelievably, Austin has not given him an 8.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. This is my life, okay, what Dave just did. Okay, pass 2 to a beautiful rack and pick,
Well, he drew an S at least.
Oh, he picked, of course, he did, of course.
Yeah.
That is how the universe
So in other words, you have a good life.
That's it. So now what he's going to have to probably do again, although if he didn't have the A hook under J in this dictionary, we don't have it in TWL, he might consider passing again. But now he can make some...
play Lara.
Just play Ani or something.
Yeah. Interesting. Austin missed a Jalop there.
Oh, my goodness.
And turns out he would have drawn the Y for Jalopy. Would have been a huge start.
So these are unusual errors, but not when you're on the board, number 1, being watched and trying to win a tournament.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest stages for Austin, I think, in his nearly 20-year career.
Absolutely. This is the biggest game I think he's ever played.
Up there. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, he was in contention at the Brands Kings Cup in Thailand.
That's a big one.
And that was
Okay.
So it's been a big year for him.
But that's got to give him a lot of confidence. Not 2 tournaments in a row, he's in contention.
Yeah,
against
actually,
very top players.
Yeah, he and I actually played for 5th place at another huge tournament in Niagara.
Oh yeah.
A couple months ago, that Dave had one of the possibly the best performance in the history of Scrabble. I don't
remember his.
He was
wins.
23-1 against a field that had Nigel Wapnick, me, Adam Logan.
Slackers. Oh, so
Yeah.
it was an easy win.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm assuming you came in 5th.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was a luck box. I was so lucky. I actually felt
Too
terrible.
modest to admit that he is.
I was a luck box. We are not underestimating Austin, but certainly would have helped if he had found that.
Would that have helped Dave get a bingo? The extra L and the O? I don't think so. No, it would not have given him a bingo as well. So what would you... I would probably play Ani or Anil.
I'm weird, and then
Anil takes an IE, though. That's a pretty dangerous hook along the double-double. How are you weird? Tell me.
Oh, I was going to say, like, some people might go for the shorter thing here. I'd play off 4 tiles here.
So Larai is also being suggested.
Yeah, that's. I was thinking Larry because I'd like keeping the jams hook open because I have the S.
Okay.
Anil, of course, is perfectly reasonable as well.
I'm an R whore. I just like to hold onto my R's.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you do really like R's. So if you were a pirate, your favorite letter would not be the C. It would be R.
People are not going to get that joke. It was a pun.
Oh, I knew that pun before this tournament. Let me tell you, I got it wrong twice. Guys, does everybody know what a pirate's favorite letter is? You can throw tomatoes at me whenever you want.
Yes, I agree
Scrabble
with you.
Rich is too busy providing
Rich, I
actual
agree with you.
analysis
INS is
instead
literally
of
the IRS. And here comes Laurai, as expected. But it blows up his rack. Now in Robin Land, that would be VVWU.
Well, we're
Now
about to find
let's see
out.
what Dave Land did. Because we all want to visit Dave Land. And in fact,
Yeah.
we want to move there.
You know, having lived near Dave
Oh,
Land for quite a
ooh,
while.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Well,
Oh.
still not terrible. Like, he's not going to bingo,
Yeah,
but like,
interesting. I mean,
it's doable.
QIS for
Absolutely, for a ton of
a
points.
bunch, it will be great. I've not
In
seen the
2
new.
places.
I've not seen the new pirate movie. There's really nothing I can do about my breathing. We have to be quiet here, and
How do you know it's the guy? How do you know it's not me? I think they're being very sexist.
the
Really?
guy.
Tell the guy.
Do you
I'm not a
identify?
guy.
Do you identify as a
I
guy?
don't, I don't.
I do.
I know it's in de rigueur now too.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid I'm a woman through and through.
Yeah. So I am aware of my terrible breathing. It's not for lack of awareness.
Yes, G3ZZI, but he says the guy is breathing, so that would imply that that's Conrad doing the heavy breathing.
Okay. Now we're better.
All right, what's going on with Austin? He has outplays through a T that doesn't exist. He has to play either 9s or 7s if he's going to bingo.
Yeah. So today it's a 90s woodworking VHS. Yesterday was ASMR. Oh, you play.
That's like, oh,
I play, you play, we all play for...
or maybe it's upplay.
I think it's upplay.
You think it's upplay?
But I would rather go, I play, you play, we all play, because we're crazy. No, I don't know.
Play actually has an interesting end hook that is not just an S. Does anybody know it? What comes after play? One letter that's not an S. That's right. No one in particular. Playa.
Playa. Play gon' play. Ooh, does that look like Snowcat? I see a Snowcat in our future.
Oh, you do see a snowcat. Beauty.
Oh,
And
look at
he's-
that.
and he's able
He
to
put the
play.
U in the perfect spot.
Was there any doubt? So I think we're going to see Jays and Snowcat. Let's hope that the jalopy nervousness is out of the way.
So we have a question as to why you have not been playing tournaments lately.
Well, are you sure it's to me because it's with a Y? It's Robin with a Y. Do you think that's still me?
Could be the singer.
It could be. Because I have gone back to school, and this school is so difficult and so time-consuming that I actually cannot take a weekend off to go anywhere because I have classes on the weekend. So that's the reason.
So you're off for the summer, is that the idea? Or because you are taking this weekend off?
I'm theoretically off for the summer, but I've got my third-year honors project to work on. I've got new patients to recruit. I have a job in my field that I
Yeah.
have to work on. So no, there is no off time anymore. Once you finish undergrad, and even now, even undergrad has co-ops, right?
Yeah.
Once you finish that, like even when you're in grad school or whatever, you have a job in the summer. You're never really totally free.
Yeah.
Unless you've just graduated, like my illustrious co-commentator, who just is finishing his master's degree. Everybody applaud Conrad for a job well done.
Yeah.
No
But
PhD in the distance field?
If I had a PhD, I would have gotten it already.
Oh, okay. Got it. Oh, that's right. You're 27 already.
Yeah, I'm soon to be a dinosaur.
It's all downhill, I got to tell you.
Yeah. 26, 27 have been pretty good. Oh no, he missed
It's actually-
Snowcat. He missed
yeah,
Snowcat. Oh.
Well,
Oh, but wait, no, that's a B. I can't read again.
outbins,
Yeah.
which is not a word.
So in a sec, I think we're gonna try to bring Lindsay over here and talk a little bit about her experiences in the tournament playing in Division 4, being a local.
I'll tell you, a word like snowcat is not that easy to find. You don't intuitively put the S at the front. You think about putting the C or the W at the front. So it's not an easy find. But that being said, I'll give a shout out to my favorite study program, which is Aerolith. And Aerolith really taught me how to find compound words really, really fast.
Yeah. No, Aerolith is a great program from a
Cesar.
great Scrabble player.
Thank God for Cesar.
If ever there was a meme in Scrabble, it is Cesar. Cesar is like the original Scrabble meme. And next year I'm gonna have like at least 1 or 2 Cesar emotes. Zico, you do actually see pro Scrabble players on Countdown. I'm sure if Evil Budgie, you could probably speak to this a lot more. For I think some obvious reasons, because I don't actually know all that much about it. But I believe a former world champion, I think, works for Countdown.
I like EHS, by the way. Okay,
A?
before he puts it down,
A?
I want it on
A?
record that I found it too.
Hey,
Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
all good. Craig, I forget, were you were on Countdown yourself, or? I do not have a stream on my own. I wouldn't mind doing it at some point because I'm a huge fan of Twitch, but
Well, Mark Nyman was the big
Yeah.
guy on Countdown.
yeah. So guys, I am going
Hey.
to step out for a minute. We're going to bring you.
No. Do you know
No?
each other? You guys come take
Okay,
my mic.
then
and,
I guess
and-
Robin is going to step out for a minute
and
then.
congratulations for winning your division. I'm so proud of you. Come around.
Yeah.
I'll is that okay? I think
Either
that
way's
makes
fine-
more
either
sense.
way's
You
fine
know
with
her,
me.
right?
Sure, yeah,
it
sure.
makes more sense. Okay. If he starts begging you, call me and I'll take
Yeah.
over his
Yeah.
mic, okay? But he's pretty tame. Come on in. I'll help you put on the mic.
Yeah.
Thanks for having
Cool.
me.
So we are back here. We've got Lindsay Cate,
Yes.
who
Thanks
is
for having me,
Oh
Conrad.
yeah, well thanks for coming. You have already won Division 4 this year,
Yes.
correct? So first of all, congratulations. But
Thank you
know,
so much.
Tell us how it feels.
It feels great. I've never been Gibsonized before. I've been playing for a few years now, and I took a little hiatus to watch children, and but I've been getting back into it and learning how to study, and it's been a great tournament for me. Yeah.
Awesome. And so you were playing a lot of Collins before this, or for a little bit, or?
I played a little bit of Collins. I was excited to go to the Niagara tournament in May, and was just encouraged to give Collins a try.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to play TWL again here. It was easy to forget all of the Collins words
Yeah.
that I learned for a short
Yeah.
time.
Now about getting encouraged to play Collins. Now tell me a little bit about how I suspect that might have come up.
Yes, there is a lovely young man who is playing on the TV screen right now, who has mentored me and taught me how to study, and always good motivation, and just said, give Collins a try, and let's go meet up in Niagara and have a little vacation and do some studying in the meantime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he, if I recall correctly, he just came down for a bit before the tournament
Yes.
to go.
Yes, we've
go to
been
the
spending
beaches
a
and
lot of
stuff.
time together, and took a little vacation ahead of time just to relax and spend time with the family. So it's been fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've known your kids since they were
They
born.
were born. That's right.
you know,
Before that.
Yeah, from Scrabble and from coming to the
Yes,
tournament that you guys put
yes.
on every year that I had the pleasure of helping run
Yes,
run this year.
Thank you.
And I can't imagine that they must just adore Austin.
They do. He's been so
just-
good with them, and they really enjoy having him around. And he is not only great at Scrabble, but he is young and energetic and
Yeah.
playful, and
Yeah.
we all love Austin.
Yeah. So what's next for you with Scrabble, do you think?
I don't know. I'm excited. We are always looking forward to the Crescent City Cup in January. There's not too many tournaments in the Louisiana area right now, so I would be traveling to, Texas or Atlanta or some other options there. But nothing. I have nothing definitively planned at the moment. So, yeah.
But we'll all be
It'll-
back in January.
We love the crowd that
Yeah.
that we attract for January, and it's just it's fun.
Yeah, and this
Such
is
a fun time.
yeah. Just one more plug for the Crescent City Cup in
Yes,
January.
everyone come.
It's always if you're into the whole Scrabble beer thing, as we've been talking about, we definitely do it right in January.
Definitely.
So Dave, who's playing over here, is well known for his prowess, both with a mug of beer as well as behind the Scrabble board.
Yes.
So. Is anything else you want to add before we let you go? Keep celebrating.
No, I think we're good. Y'all have been doing a great job commentating, so thank you for all of your insight. I'm learning a lot from this Twitch screen, and it's been great. So thanks for having me, Conrad.
Cool. Yeah, and congratulations again.
Thank you so
Look forward
much.
to applauding for you later, and perhaps Austin as well.
I
For
know,
I mean, he's
fingers
probably going to
crossed for
get
Austin.
second at the worst at this point, or
That's
third
the-
maybe, but
maybe third.
But
we were
but
keeping our
he's-
fingers
yeah, he's,
crossed.
You know,
so
still got a. Probably
Playing
some.
it
I think he's got some nerves right now. He missed a bingo.
Oh, did he?
He did,
I bet
but he's still in it. So. I think I think
Dave's excellent competition, and he knows that. So he's
but
lots of pressure.
Yeah, but I suspect Austin's gonna bingo next turn probably. So. Looks like it at least.
Oh,
so. That should be good.
Cool.
Anyway,
Awesome. Thank
thanks,
you so
thanks
much,
so much,
Conrad.
Lindsay.
Are we muted?
Cool. Well, thanks to Lindsay for stopping by, and a big congratulations to her for like her first major win. She was the winner
What
of
division was that?
Division 4.
Fantastic.
I believe she was the odds-on favorite to win, so it's not the hugest surprise
Look
ever,
who she
but
gets
also
to play all the time.
yeah, that's totally
Although-
true.
But then again, she did she did OWL, right? She didn't.
She's been playing Collins.
But she's been playing. No, I'm just saying. I wonder what she and Austin play.
Collins. Austin's always played Collins
Oh,
because
okay.
he's from the UK, so he's been playing Collins since
Right.
he was a little kid.
Well, that's kind of when I was dating Dave Boy. It's like I had an opportunity to play with somebody who was always a bit better than I was, or I'm being nice to myself, but a lot better than I was. And that's really the best way to learn how to play, is to play someone who's better than you all the time.
Yeah. No, I say it was certainly one benefit of dating a top Scrabble player is you play all the time and you just keep getting better.
Yeah. Oh, you
I
play
can-
all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly speaking from experience, what place will this round determine? Well, if Dave wins, he will win.
The champion.
He will be the
It's a
champion.
pretty big game.
Yeah, and if Austin wins, the two will face off again one more time for first place. And yeah, so Austin, as being 27 now, just to remind Robin, he's been playing he's been playing in tournaments since he was 8.
Oh, we got a bingo coming down now.
I think
Yay.
Austin's gonna bingo and take the lead here
Wow.
for sure.
And he's got egotize and jambi, and DAE is a word. So we're all good. Now he's gonna know this one.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Dave just opened 2 colossal spots because Eves also scores a ton of points. Goaties.
I'm not sure who played Feigned. I was kind of wondering why they. Ian. Oh, that's why I
Ian,
thought.
yeah.
See, when I was standing over there, because there's some glare, I thought it was Feigned.
Yeah.
Okay, now it makes more sense.
No, this
I will
for
not.
for a board that looks closed, it is wide open.
Oh, absolutely. And Eve takes a D as well.
Austin missed Snowcat earlier. This is round 30 of 31.
Okay, we are about to finally have somebody take over the score from Dave Weekend.
Yeah, we haven't
Usurp
seen.
him in score, and he's got 6 minutes on his clock as well.
Yeah.
Come on, Austin. See, this is the kind of rack that you really, really know. And
At this point, he's probably just counting up his options because he has.
oh,
his
he's
ro-
challenging.
Oh, he's checking Jambi. Okay, I mean.
Which means he's not going to know whether it takes an S.
Or he may just be double checking, I don't know. So there's a challenge going on right now, and that would this will cost him 5 points when Jambi comes back as an acceptable Scrabble word. So in the International Dictionary, it costs you 5 points to challenge a word. If you're incorrect, you do not lose a turn. Of course, if you have a phony word challenged off, you do lose your turn.
Now,
You
what's
don't get
interesting
another
is that
chance.
SCANED is a good word. So
Yeah.
Austin has egotize and seened up on top, and the question is he going to try to play egotize and jambis?
He also has goatees and eaves.
Yeah, he's got all sorts of
Yeah.
choices.
So I suspect he'll either hook eaves if he's being safe, if he's not sure.
He's
Yeah.
gonna
So
be- he's gonna
yeah. So he's still opting for the more open placement.
really open. Like, this is something I would never do against Dave. I would definitely play goatees. I would not stick up a D hook and an S hook for Dave.
Yeah. I mean, I will.
That's a big.
Yeah.
I think that's a miss. Even though the G hits the double letter, I would not do that.
Yeah, I mean, certainly
never,
in my
never.
case, I love the defense in the first place. I love the defense. But yeah, I mean, I think basically he's thinking, it's virtually an even game, so I want to keep the board as open as possible. We're going to see here as he draws his new tiles that could work out pretty well for him.
So it was, it wasn't that big a score difference. It was 86 versus 90. If he played egotize down to jambis and DAE, it was just a 4-point difference.
The problem is now, though, that he's not sure if it takes an S. And,
Yeah.
Dave, of course, being a human dictionary, does know that.
And the funny thing is, and I know how it goes, that if Dave sticks an S on it, he will. If Dave sticks an S on it, he won't challenge it. But that's the kind of paranoia that playing someone like David engenders and someone like Nigel engenders. That, okay, so he's challenged Jambi, he knows it's good, but in his mind he's thinking, well, Dave knew the word, Dave knows whether it takes an S or not.
Yeah.
And then, it plays with you, and it erodes your confidence as you're playing. Oh, and here we go. Even more. Can we hear me? All right. So Dave has picked up a really beautiful rack now, so he's going to bingo back.
We've moved the mic in the general vicinity of where Robin is.
It's really right near my mouth, so if you can't hear me, there's something wrong with the wiring and not the placement, because it's always where it's been.
Sorry, Eggman, we're still learning.
So Dave has flea bite. That's the best bingo in terms of putting the B on the double letter over to the triple. Interestingly, Austin has picked up the D and the S, so he can actually come down, play egotized and a 3-letter word, let's say, or Drek, and egotized, and he would block the bingos
Yeah.
off the F, which would be a really kind of strong play. And I'm going to look. We have some glare this time. I know the guys have been working on fixing the board.
He certainly has, Kef or something. Because Dave's going to bingo, no matter what,
It doesn't matter
right?
where, but flea bite is really a lot of points.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow, that's huge, yeah.
Well, it's certainly a reasonable play what he just did. And he-
Oh, yeah, I misread Austin's track, 'cause I thought he just made a mistake, and that's
Yeah.
not at all what his tiles were.
Well,
So-
I give you credit for not opening your mouth and making the mistake. I tend to do that.
Oh, I did. I said Kef. He doesn't have an F.
Oh, I was wondering. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, dear Lord. Well, Austin
That
just,
didn't take long.
just drew UUH to go with his ERSZ.
So that's 95 points for Dave. You can't get a break. Let's see what's happening now. Mac Miller's playing Morris Greenberg, and I'll try to get you some standings if I can ever get stuff to load. Also be curious to see how Will did in his last game. You tend to win those games. You tend to go 3-0 after you've won a
Yeah.
tournament. You'd think you would let up a bit, but you don't, because the
Yeah.
desire to win never goes away.
Oh, fellow Conrad. Oh, we love you, Conrad.
Oh, yes, we do. I know you hate
yeah,
that.
I know.
Sorry.
I brought it up myself, though.
Okay.
But I'm very happy to hear that there's another Conrad in the
It's a
in the
great
crowd. It's an
name.
awesome name. It's the best name. I don't think there's a better name personally, but that's just me. Shad, Rad, Conrad. I'm not sure what you think, but I think it's a pretty dope name.
Thank you, Rich, for that really informative definition.
Flea bite, the bite of a flea. But what is a flea? Do you have a parent with the same name? Like my dad is also a Conrad. Brian, your name is well. Okay, fine. Your name's very Brian-y.
So despite the fact that Morris Greenberg has QWERTYD on his rack, and I'm not sure that he has anywhere to play it, Mac is up 366 to 175 after 6 turns. Oh my God. He bingoed with Wielders, Gazelle, and Panoche for 91 with the last one. So 3 bingos, both blanks, and a game he has to win. Listen to that name, Mac Miller. You will be hearing it for years to come. He will be a national champion. It's not even a question of whether, it's when.
Probably the next one.
Possibly the next one, absolutely. Certainly has the capacity for it.
Plays the game literally identically to Will, has word knowledge that is literally identical to Will. You could swap them out in a game and it would be like the same person was playing. They will make like the same, neither of them will make very many mistakes. They just play the game identically. It's very funny.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, just because Mac grew up playing against him because they both lived very close to each other.
Okay, and here comes that S. Now he's decided he's going to take the chance because he has to.
Yeah.
That's an interesting point.
Mac Miller is the new Mac Miller. It's true.
But do you see how one mistake can cost you even a tournament?
Yeah.
Egotize, I don't think was the right play. I think
Snowcat was far worse than that.
Snowcat, so 3 mistakes already, right? He missed Jalop. He didn't play Snowcat. He played Egotize when he could have played it to the right of Jambiz. It gave Dave an opportunity to clean his rack with Gof, and then he got Flea Bite the next turn. So you see one mistake, especially just the Egotize alone, can cascade and cost you an entire tournament. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Are there any normal day words that are illegal in the tournament? Every word is in theory legal, but some words just haven't necessarily made it into the dictionary yet. Everybody kind of finds a few that they don't like or that they think should be words that aren't words.
Yes,
and then everyone finds words that they don't think should be words that are words. So it's something you just kind of learn to deal with over time.
I'm going to respond to Kenji on this one. I don't know the tone of voice you're saying when you're saying we're savage, but you know what? This is...
Oh, that's a Twitch thing. Don't worry.
That's a Twitch thing?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. We're not, I mean...
Don't worry.
We're teaching.
Robin, you're fine. Relax.
Okay.
You're okay. We all love you.
He makes me scared.
We are savage. We have to have some level of savageness. Got to throw salt because, I don't know. That's what we do. Got to keep people interested.
Savages, oh my goodness. You're too mean. Okay, so I should be happy. I'm mean and savage. Yay! Right? I've made it on Twitch.
Robin, you are officially being trolled. Let's all welcome Robin to the world of being trolled. Robin is throwing salt at all of you right now.
All right. So, if I can ever get the standings, I believe that Austin, oh look, I'm looking at Will's game. He played number 54.
Yeah,
that's what happens when you win a tournament too early.
He was very excited to play Bill Clark.
Oh, I get to play oh my God, that's too funny. Sometimes what happens at a tournament is you start off really roughly and you're doing poorly, and so you figure, well, great, I'm going to get a couple of really easy games now and I'll be able to work my way back up, and then you find you're playing Nigel or you're playing Joe Edley or something because they're also having a rough start, so you're 0-3 and you get to play Nigel. It seems unfair, but it happens.
How many tiles are we looking at left here? I think you have the game up.
Oh, that you're assuming I can actually get anything loaded on this internet right now, for whatever reason has decided that we're a third world country. And so as soon as I can get that up for you, I will. But I would say we're for sure 2/3 of the way through.
No, there are images of Kappa dancing through Robin's head right now. She just hasn't quite made sense of them yet.
It's like a whole new language.
It is fun to teach Twitch things for the first time. Not that I
I'm a Twitch virgin.
am any extra. you are.
Well, last year I really got my initiation when I
Yeah.
found out all the things people wanted to do to my body.
Now you're just inviting.
No, I'm just inviting it. Yeah. My sons are watching, guys. Be nice. All right.
So I would hazard a guess and say there's probably somewhere in the range of 10 to 20 tiles remaining right now.
Coping with E, I think. Yeah. Coping actually takes an S. It's a noun.
Twitch Madonna.
Um,
I'm sure Robin's kids say hi back as well. I'm sure.
Aw, they
One
do.
of them's doing work. One of them's hanging out, or are they both doing work?
One is doing work. He does data entry, and it's his last year because he's in university. And the other one might be taking over for him next year. So we'll continue the legacy.
Where's he going for school?
He goes to the University of Ontario Institute of Technology.
Cool. He's
just finished first year.
Okay. He's studying computer science, or
It's systems stuff.
Yeah.
He's more a systems guy. Like
Okay.
like what they're doing here with Twitch with all of this
Sure.
setup. That's what he loves to do.
Cool.
That kind of thing.
Awesome. He's certainly been a great person to have around the scene,
Thank
just
you.
certainly for his help.
I actually
And-
had the idea that maybe he could be doing this for us in the future, and then we could do commentary every day.
Yeah.
He actually did that for me. Actually, you can find it on YouTube, I think. He set it up in our living room. And he had, scaffolding and cameras and it was amazing. He set it up all by himself, and I think he was 13 years old.
Yeah. Twitch is definitely allowed as a valid Scrabble word.
Oh, and it takes a Y, and it's
Yeah.
a verb, and it's a noun.
Yeah. There's no Twitch stream yet. Yeah, I think I don't know if it's, maybe it is just something about the game that just tends to head in that direction. I always like to think it's just how, interesting and strange we all are, but
I think it's just
the game.
sitting here for 7 hours. And
But even if you're just playing with your friends and, not being a tournament player.
does that happen to you?
Yeah.
Hasn't happened to me. Maybe I'm not playing with the right people.
Kappa is a Scrabble word. It was, in fact, played on board 1 earlier in the tournament for like 40-some points. It was great. But Twitch was actually, like a real word. Kappa, I guess,
Why
was
wouldn't
what,
it be?
Greek letter
It's
or
a
something.
word. Like a muscle twitch.
Yeah.
By the way, great interface. And then before we got like shoddy interface. Like
We're working on it.
we're working on it.
We're working on it.
So score's really nice and tight. Ooh. That's an interesting decision because there aren't any G hooks, as far as I can see, to keep the ing, the gerund.
Yeah.
It's something I would do because I make mistakes.
Yeah, when in doubt,
Oh.
if you think you should keep the ing, it's not always that great, but
Okay, I'm going to tell you what just happened. Austin just played super fast. Partly because it was possibly his best play. Let's hope he did. He made a
That's a
nice
good
inside
play.
play, but also because Dave is getting seriously low on time. He's got cowings, and sousing, scowing and sousing.
Sousing,
So
my
it worked
goodness.
out. He picked up his ing bingo, but
But now he's nowhere to
where are
put
you going to put it? That's something that happens in Scrabble sometimes. You get really attached to these suffixes and prefixes and you hold on to them.
Yeah.
But you have to play smart. I mean, you got to have somewhere to put it on the board.
Yeah.
Here we go. Look at Austin playing. Quickly. He's trying to catch him on time a little bit. And that's perfectly fine. It's part of the strategy. And look, we have a tie game.
Yeah, he did a CS:GO win last turn. That's a good point. And what is he? I wish I could see. Oh, he's another G. My goodness. I think Austin's got a shot at stealing this from him here. He is quite literally rushing him. It was a very self-descriptive play a couple turns ago. Why does this exist? Well, it exists because it's like the coolest thing ever. And why have you never heard of it?
Because
Well,
you're on your way to coolest thing ever, but you're
yeah,
not
but
quite
you
there.
just didn't get there yet, and now it doesn't matter because you've heard about it. You
Now
know that
you're
you know
there.
that we exist. We're gonna like invade your life and your dreams, and I don't know what else after that, but
If you're really lucky, you'll start playing, and you'll find new meaning to your life.
So meanwhile, Dave is just kind of hanging out here for a bit.
Now your life is complete. What
Yeah.
did we tell you? And how instantaneous was that?
Yeah.
We are the instant oatmeal of the gaming world.
Com I didn't think was anything, but then it might be new, and I have not studied.
Here we go.
I
Here
don't have
comes
the notes.
opening the board. Dave is down to 2 minutes.
He's going for it here.
Now, what should happen is that Austin has the bingo, but see, this is one of the risk-reward things again. He opens the board up. If Austin plays something there, he possibly opens up the triple lane for Dave. And if we can if anybody can load the internet faster than I can, if you can give me how many tiles are left, we can give you a better idea on how the strategy should play out.
Yeah. So this is the last day of the tournament. There will be one more game after this. And so the clock essentially is you get 25 minutes per player per game. You can use that time however you'd like. And, you make your play, announce your score, and then you hit the red button up at the top there, and then that sends it to your opponent's time. And, play just kind of proceeds like that. But you can use the time however you want. And if you go over on time, you lose 10 points for every minute. How important is RNG and Scrabble at the competitive level? The best players seem to win most of the tournaments. So there's definitely, to some degree, the best player in the world, Nigel, likes to say 25% of games you're going to win. If you're playing someone just as good as you are, 25% of games you're just going to win. 25% of games your opponents are just going to win. It's about what you do with those other 50% of the games. And I'd say Dave has memorized the majority of the dictionary through the 9-letter words. In my peak, I had memorized pretty much all the words, and I'd say you pretty much did as well. Yeah. So we do not get dictionaries. We use some word programs and such to learn these things.
But you have to do them unless you have an eidetic memory. You just have to keep practicing them every day. You don't have a choice. That was an interesting. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm excited because I want an exciting
You want an
ending.
exciting ending, yeah.
All right, definitely bingo's there.
This is rare that Dave is low on time.
Is he going to play Corf or something to block
Corf or Conf, I assume.
But it doesn't totally block it.
No,
it forces. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, he plays Conf. I'm not surprised here, but Austin's got all the time in the world. 11.5 minutes is an eternity.
It's swimming in time.
I'm still of the believer that a true eidetic memory does not exist, but that's just because I was taught that in school, and I always believe what I'm told. But Nigel seems to be well on his way to having some sort of prolific memory. Yeah, Scrabble is ultimately, it's a math game. It's all about probability, understanding where the game is going to go over the next couple of turns, and being able to balance doing well now with the tiles that you have and saving the stuff so that you can do better later. So you're really just looking ahead 1, 2, 3 plays, both on your side and your opponent's side. Yeah.
We are having so much difficulty loading the pages. Sorry, guys. That's crazy. I'm trying to get you how many tiles are left. I'm trying to get you update on the other score. But it looks like Mac was so ahead, 170 points. I don't think it's going to change.
Yeah, we're more interested in this one at this point.
But I'd also just like to get you guys the standings to know what that means with Mac winning.
Yeah.
So it's very, very frustrating. And that's a function of the hotel, I guess, to some extent. I don't know.
Yeah. So I'd say Austin is pretty much in the driver's seat at this point. It's his game to lose, because Dave's tiles could be good in other situations, but right now with 1 minute on his clock, just not where he wants to be.
and all these one-pointers. But the thing is, Austin wants to do something to open it up for him, but he doesn't want to open up anything for Dave, so it's tough.
So at this point, he just might not.
Are there any A's left to, or O's to play through the CR? Or well, you're not going to end in bingo in U very rarely. Do you have any 7s that end in U?
Well, the EAU words.
Okay, beautiful. Good thinking.
But yeah, this is a very interesting spot for.
He's 10 points ahead.
Austin.
He's got a beautiful rack except for the double I's, but he just has nowhere to play except through the CR or off the NA.
Yeah. Swear words are allowed, yes.
It's amazing how often we get that question.
Yeah, Squoosh, that seems like it's a
Beautiful.
very reasonable thought to just drop the I and the O down there at the bottom left. You know, Scrabble, we are all about beautiful racks. There are many a beautiful rack in
Mine
Scrabble.
is spectacular. That's a Seinfeld reference to anybody who's under 30, which I assume is most of you.
Scrabble is a family game until you get to New Orleans, and then all bets are off.
So what would you do? Who the hell knows?
Yeah.
You don't want to open it for Dave, but you want to open it for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, IO under Zoe, I mean, it's, you know, he's up 10, that puts him up 23, and the board's still in pretty bad shape.
But then he gives up his O for core. So I would.
But I don't think he's gonna. I don't think he wants to bingo to win here. I think he just wants to outscore him.
All right.
Especially because Dave has no time.
That's a good point. I wonder why OJ isn't good yet. Why haven't they accepted that?
Odge, like IQ, Ick.
Yeah.
Ick and Odge.
Is IQ still good in Collins? Was it ever good?
No.
Okay.
PDQ was briefly good in
that's
like
crazy.
OSPD 1 or something.
Remember when we had EMF? Were you around for EMF?
I was. I played it many times.
And then they took DA away from us. Those were the dark years. We call those the 15th century of Scrabble.
Yeah.
They took away DA from us.
Yeah.
But then they got their heads screwed on right and put it back in.
Yeah.
But it took a long time.
So IO is coming down here. And Dave's going to have to play pretty quickly. He does not have a...
What did he think was going to happen? Like, he should have known what he was going to play.
Yeah.
Did he think that he was going to open anything up?
I don't know. I mean,
I'd love to know how many tiles are left.
Yeah, I'm sure that he's got, he's got ideas of what he's going to do. He's just going to have to... I mean, and I've played Dave in a tournament, I think, 41 times.
Oh, there was nothing left. There was one in the bag.
There's one in the bag, okay. So
he just wants to outscore him then. That was the right play.
Yeah.
But if he had kept the O...
Hashtag 420.
He would not have been able to bingo. 5 seconds.
So Dave's down to 5 seconds, so
he's going to lose. There's no question.
It would seem that way. I mean, provided that, Austin can just play
he just has to play anything.
The V for a few points. So, I would suspect that pretty much anything should work.
If it weren't for the blank, though, he might be in a heap load of trouble.
Yeah, he would be.
Because he played off the
O.
Yeah. But he has Vina. I mean, I don't know if that's enough. I think that's enough, but whatever. He'll do better than Vina, but I'm just not Vimina.
I mean, well, he sells the blank for core, so he'll play Veto or something. He'll get the job done.
He'll get the job done.
Yeah.
That's all he needs. So not the best played game for Austin. I think we all agree because of the missed words.
Yeah.
But sometimes.
But he hung in there.
He hung in there, and he did a lot of good things.
Yeah, and he's did a solid job of making sure that he didn't give Dave too much time at the right time to form his plays. And you see Dave playing wet for 14.
You never see that.
Essentially just hoping he would draw. At that point, he was looking for an E for Cognize. And, he didn't get it. And
yeah, that's interesting. One of the best strategies Austin employed in this game was to play quickly.
Yeah, but it's amazing. As I said, I've played Dave in a tournament probably 40 40 to 45 times, and outside of tournaments in person,
Never
probably,
seen this, eh?
yeah, 100, 200 times. I've probably played Dave about 250 times now, and
Count on one hand how many times
yeah,
he's in
exactly.
time trouble.
Yeah. And I'm a fast player too.
I wonder what happened. Now would be a good time to talk to him, but we're definitely don't want to disturb anybody.
We're not gonna talk. We'll probably let them both chill before the last game. So, assuming Austin does win here, they will be playing again for first place.
Absolutely, for first
and we will
place.
be and we'll be showing you their game.
And it will not be a situation where someone has to win by a certain amount because Dave is one up in games. He simply just has to win.
Yeah.
And actually, or he doesn't, or he can lose by. Well, I think he's still in the driver's seat, don't you think? He's going
Won't
to
they
be
have
up by 1,000 points, I think. In differential.
Don't they have the same amount of wins?
Will have the same amount of wins. You're
Then it
absolutely right.
doesn't matter.
You're right. I totally got that wrong.
Essentially, this game, one of the games doesn't matter for Dave. He just has to win 1 out of 2.
There you go. But kudos to Austin keeping himself in there. We're assuming Austin's going to win, so the game between Joey and Bradley doesn't matter for winning the tournament because one of them will also be at 19, but whoever's going to win between Dave and and Austin will be at 21. So I've seen it often happen. It won't happen this time because Dave has such a big spread, but sometimes you can be in first place and then fall to 4th.
Yeah. So this tournament is being held in New Orleans. Will won the North American division, so he's the national champion. This is the international division. And so Will has won $10,000 for his title. And I think Collins, the first prize is $4,000 or $5,000 this year. And I think the entire prize pool is probably in the realm of, my thought was $40,000, but
I don't know.
Scrabble Rich might have a better idea, but certainly not bad for a weekend, let me tell you. No, you can only play in one division at a tournament because everybody plays every round. You know, the goal is to give people,
finally it's fast.
as you say, the best bang for their buck. So
over on TWL, Mac is up 426 to 271, so that's very clear that he's won that game. And my internet seems to be going a lot faster now, so hopefully I'll be able to get you more information faster.
Will does not play the winner because he's in the other division. He's already sewn up the victory.
Austin's heart must be in his mouth. Just don't make a phony.
I'm sure he's excited.
There's your veto.
There's
Good
veto,
for you.
yep.
Okay.
There is no bracket elimination in this tournament. Thank you, Self, for Self person with my name for rebooting all of the internet. I did say the best bang for their buck because I'm a mature human being.
All right. So Austin's gone out. He also set himself up to go out for 9 points, so a very solid.
Yes, many people have been caught cheating in Scrabble. I'm not going to go into it, but feel free to Google it.
I did an interview on CTV that you guys can look up, and I talked about an incident that happened a number of years ago.
Yeah. So
it happens, you know.
Yeah. So it looks like Austin has won the game, and we're going to see a showdown for first place, which is fantastic. Both two, wonderful human beings. I don't think there's a person in the world who doesn't like Dave, and I don't think there's a person in the world who doesn't like Austin.
How long has Austin been playing? Did you tell us?
Yeah,
since 8 years old.
8 years old. He's now 27.
So he's paid his dues then.
Yeah.
To me, he's a bit of a new guy. I haven't seen the name that much, but that's because he's been in England. And
yeah.
Do you know why he moved to the States?
He did not move to the States.
Oh, he's still there.
He's just there. He comes to tournaments here because he loves playing. He loves traveling the world playing. He's played in Nigeria twice. He's played in Thailand, and now
he's
of
well
course,
placed for that.
Yeah, now of course, having a girlfriend in New Orleans is even more.
So they have a long distance relationship.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really tough.
They met at a Scrabble tournament. Has anyone ever played a 15-letter word? I once saw someone open with the word form, then someone played information, then someone played disinformation, then someone added the S for disinformations, which was a 15. So yes.
All right, everybody. So I think we're going to probably take a break soon.
Yeah, we're going to be taking a break, and we're going to be coming back in just a little bit.
So we're going to
Okay.
do a little interview with my favorite social committee
Cool.
chairman.
Cool. So
Josh
we're gonna
Greenway.
put Josh on here and.
So I'll switch it with you, if that's all right.
Yeah, the game's done.
I
Cool.
assume our audio is on. So
I was gonna wait till the
as you
audio
can
was
see,
off
Dave
before I
and
took the
Austin are
headphones
going
off
over
and
the
annoyed
game.
everyone. You don't. Okay.
That's something that happens
Sorry.
very often in Scrabble tournaments, especially at a higher level where you're going to go and you're going to parse the game afterwards. Why did you do this? What were you thinking at that time? So you can get into the other person's head a little bit and try to understand how the game evolved. I think Austin's going to go back and look at this one and kind of do a I should have had a V8 moment over some of the words, but listen, he's in an impossibly difficult situation. So tough to be at table one to begin with. So tough to be vying for a tournament that you have to win the last 2 games, and you have to win them against someone as good as Dave Wiegand. So kudos to him for keeping his equanimity and winning that game. So once again, if you've been following us closely, and in case you haven't, I have with me the co-chair of the social media committee at, did I get that right? Social media?
Yeah, sure.
Committee at the NASPA, North American Scrabble Players Association, Josh Greenway, who has brought unbelievable enthusiasm, unbelievable creativity to the job. He's just a pleasure to work with and for. I present to you Josh Greenway.
Robin, thank you so much for that introduction. You are way too kind. And I just want to say this is super exciting. We're going into
It's so
a final
exciting.
game. We're going to see who the champion is. And I'm here to tell everybody that's watching the stream, if you're interested in what's going on here, we have all levels of play that are open
Yes.
to people. So if they like what they see,
Right.
you know, it may not on day one, you might not be playing with these guys.
Well, you raise a really good point, because like out there, I don't want you to think like, oh my God, there's no way I can play in a tournament because I can't play at this level. But you don't have to be.
No, we have all kinds of play, and people get involved, and then depending on how they do, they start kind of building up from there, and that's how everybody here got
That's
started.
how I started. I started in the newcomers division.
For sure. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a link up on the stream, and there's some information you can get at that link. Number one, you can sign up for our weekly email newsletter,
Okay.
and there's always lots of great content there.
There is.
There's a link to find your local club. There's a link to find out when and where tournaments happen. And also you can connect with our social media pages on Facebook and everything else. And I wanted to highlight one of the things that you can see there. You guys had a great moment with the TWL champion,
Yes.
Will Anderson, yesterday.
Wasn't that lovely?
It was amazing.
When he found out that he had won, and he was told by being given the we have to fill out a slip after we win the game, after the game is over, and the score is put there. So it was given to him, and it showed to him that Mac had won the game, and by Mac winning, he knew that he had won the tournament. And so we had that exact moment when it dawned on him that I'm getting goosebumps when he realized that he had won the tournament. I was like tears in my eyes.
It was amazing. And then we had another broadcast go on that actually appeared on the stream later. And Will gave this quote. I don't know if he said the same thing to you guys, but I wanted to repeat it here because I felt the same kind of goosebumps when we were interviewing him. He said that he can trace, hold on, where is it? He said, I can trace the inflection point of my life.
I thought, wasn't it trajectory, I think?
Well,
whatever it was.
Okay, so he repeated the quote, but for what
Yeah,
he
it could
said
be
to us
inflection point,
was,
you're right.
I can trace the inflection point of my life getting considerably better and happier due to the introduction of Scrabble. And it was just a magical moment. So I wanted to share that, but I just want to encourage everybody out there, click that link, get involved. We'd love to have you. And that's what I'm here to say.
Scrabble's such a great game, and it's everybody thinks it's just on the gaming level, but it's actually on the interpersonal level. Not only will you develop friendships and family for life, you might meet a partner for life, for sure. One of the reasons why...
That's what happened to me.
Is that what happened to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is she for life, though? Does she know this yet? Are we hearing something new? Josh, do you want to make an announcement?
I'm just saying, you never know what you're going to find in the Scrabble community, and there are plenty of people. What a great thing to have Lindsay come on during the game.
Yeah.
Like, it's just this lovely thing, and it really is a big family. I'm sorry, I jumped
No, that's
in
okay.
there.
That's fine. And we're having a conversation. That's how it works, back and forth. So you learn social skills in Scrabble. You learn to have conversations. And another thing is, I often teach Scrabble to children and to teenagers, and okay, so on the academic level, yes, obviously you're going to learn a lot of words. You're going to learn an incredible amount of math. You're going to learn a lot of visual spatial positioning. It's a very architectural game. But you're also going to learn interpersonal skills. For example, learning how to lose with equanimity. That's a life skill that you're going to carry with you everywhere, in your job, in your interpersonal relationships, everywhere. How to win without gloating, without holding it over somebody's head. You know, you learn so many interpersonal skills. I really think of Scrabble as a microcosm for life. It teaches you so many things. So don't think of it just as a game, but it becomes, you know, like in my work that I do now, I tell people, you know, I have a whole other life, because I don't think of Scrabble as just this little hobby I do. It's literally 50% of my life.
Absolutely. And I just want to follow up on a point that you made in terms of riding the waves going up and down. We did, in that same interview on Facebook, we were also talking with Joe Edley, 3-time past national champion, and he talked about the ability to sort of ride those waves.
I remember that.
And he just talked about how if you can do that, you're going to be happier in the moment and happier in your life. So, and it was just a really kind of powerful image.
It is a really, really great one. To learn how to have a bad hand, I mean, literally a bad hand, because if you stick your hand in the bag and you keep picking lousy tiles, and how often in life does one not say that about other things that happen to me? Oh, it's not fair. I always got the smaller steak at the restaurant, right? You know, the countless things that happen. It's always happening to me. Always. So you learn how to handle that better. Then you start realizing that ultimately it's really not that important, because ultimately this is just a game. And ultimately, it's just one meal in your life. So it carries into, it bleeds into other areas, and it really makes you actually a happier person. So play Scrabble, and you'll be a happier person.
Come on out, click that link. Robin, thank you so much for having me on here, and you're doing a fantastic job.
Thank
I'm
you so
glued
much.
to the screen. You guys are doing awesome.
Okay.
And the Scrabble's great too. And I can't wait for the last game here to
Oh my
decide
God. Are we excited?
This champion.
Are we excited?
I don't
what?
think I could be more excited.
Stay tuned. Maybe we'll get to see Josh even more excited. Okay, everybody,
Thanks
we're
so
going to
much.
take a little bit of a break, and we'll see you when the last game starts. Do not leave. You don't want to leave.
Other than Scrabble, tell me something else that you're good at. I was a decent saxophone player. I actually went to music school.
I don't know. I really enjoy programming. So I'm a statistical programmer in my spare time, or I guess it's my main job. Scrabble's my spare activity.
Like chess, and he beat the snot out of me. So
decent at poker and golf.
I play table tennis, but I'm not as good as I used to be.
And besides that, I don't know. I enjoy running, swimming. Yeah, I guess those are the basics. Scrabble, huge baseball fan.
what else am I good at? Oh, that's a good question, Josh. Oh, I can't think of that right now. We'll have to go next.
All right. Hey, everybody. I am Josh. We are live on Facebook from Albany, New York at Annette's fabulous July 4th Scrabble tournament. I am joined by Les Hippenbecker. Les, how are you?
I'm doing just fine, thank you.
That's good. So here's one of the things that we often talk about now, and I seem to only run into you at Annette's tournaments, right? That's where we've met again quite a number of times, and we always talk about the words in my name that are good in Scrabble. Is that right?
That's right. In fact, Josh is a good word, and so is Greenway.
Yeah.
Guess what? His middle name happens to be Benjamin, which is also a good word.
That is a triple threat. That's what we call a triple threat, ladies and gentlemen. So, Les, I have a question for you. I think you attend pretty much all of Annette's tournaments. What do you like about these tournaments so much?
I like the hospitality of Annette and her friends, and I like the camaraderie of all of the contestants that I've played with in all of the past tournaments, including this tournament.
And I feel like, just my observation, that whether you're winning or losing, you seem to be in pretty good spirits. Would you say that's accurate?
Yes, it is very much so. You can't expect to win every game, and there's some luck too, even though skill is a big part of it. But I just like to play the games. It's nice to win some money every once in a while, but money isn't everything.
Absolutely. And let me ask you this. How did you get started with Scrabble?
Well, when I got married about 36 years ago, before we got married, she played some games of Scrabble, and she got me started on it. But then I got to the point where I was no longer fun to play Scrabble with, because I got accused of playing too many strange words.
And that is a classic way that a lot of people come into competitive Scrabble, is they play with their friends, they win all the time, and then their friends get sick of playing them. In fact, my girlfriend, Jillian, who I think is watching, that's how she got started. Her friends got sick of playing her, and she kept saying, hey, do you want to play? And one of her friends said, well, and I won't swear here, but she said, isn't there an effing club or something? Smash cut to Jillian coming to the Toronto Scrabble Club, playing in tons of tournaments, stuff like that, all based on someone saying, hey, isn't there someone else for you to play with? Fantastic. All right, Les, so how is this tournament going for you this weekend?
Well, I'm at 9 wins and 6 losses.
Great.
And I'm pretty happy with that.
Fantastic. Well, we got 8 games to go, right?
That's correct.
Well, good luck to you in those last 8 games. Hopefully you can take home some money.
There can be a lot of changes, too. That's what makes it beautiful.
All right, Les, thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, good luck. Bye, everybody.
Hey guys, this is Conrad. I'm here with Evans Clinchy. He's one of the top players in the Collins division. If I recall correctly, you are currently winning the event.
Currently, yeah. I'm 9-2, so I'm in first place.
Cool. So this is day 2 that we're talking. So Evans, where are you from?
Well, I'm a citizen of the world. I've been all over. I was born in Boston, Massachusetts, and spent most of my childhood in Virginia, and then moved back to Boston for most of my 20s, and I moved out to Portland, Oregon. And lately I've been in Washington, D.C., so kind of all over.
Cool. And how did you first get into this game?
Well, I think I'm part of what you'd call the word freak generation. A lot of people read that best-selling book back in the day and got into the game that way. I read Word Freak in like 2002-ish,
Okay.
and thought this is really cool. I want to do this, and I kind of looked online, like how do you play Scrabble on the internet, and I played a lot online and kind of practiced that way.
Mm-hmm.
And I played my first tournament in 2007, and the rest is history.
Cool. And so, yeah, tell me about your first tournament.
My first tournament was a one-day in Worcester, Massachusetts in 2007, and I was in the bottom division, like Division H or something, and I think I lost my first game, and I was feeling really discouraged, and then I came back and won the next 6, and I was like, oh, this is really fun. I went
Cool.
6-1.
Yep.
And I was hooked after that.
Cool. So now, transitioning outside of Scrabble, what do you do outside of Scrabble? What's your job?
My job. I'm a writer. I've worked in various journalism-ish jobs over the years. In my early 20s, I was a basketball journalist. I got to cover the Boston Celtics.
Cool.
In like 2010, around that period. I've been doing mostly like marketing type work these days. I'm writing like web content for small businesses for a marketing agency.
And if I remember correctly, you also had like your own radio show or something. Was that?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
So when I was in Portland, I was writing for Blazers Edge, which is a Portland Trailblazers website, and there's a radio show called Blazers Edge Radio.
Cool.
And for a year or so, I was co-hosting that once a week. Yeah.
Awesome. So you think you're going to end up in this sort of journalism writing field for good, or?
It's hard to say. I mean, like, people don't read words as much as they used to, so like there's not as much of a market for like written content of any kind. So I don't really know what's going to happen career-wise long term, but for now, writing is what I do. Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, you mentioned you were in Portland, and we were both in Portland together, living there for a couple of years. So in the Scrabble scene in Portland, so like hearing it from you, what kind of made the scene there kind of unique?
In a word, I would say beer. to expound upon that a little bit further, we had a really fun Tuesday night club that took place at a pub, and they had $2 beer specials, and we would, get dinner and get some drinks and play some casual games with friends, and it was really, really fun. I still, whenever I am back in Portland again, I want to do more of that because it's really, really fun doing those Tuesday night games.
For sure. I completely agree, having been there for some of that.
Certainly.
So speaking of which, I hear you've got an epic list of something other than words. Let's talk about that for a minute.
Yeah, so one of my other hobbies besides Scrabble is I like to try as many different beers as possible, and I keep a list of every beer I've ever tried. I believe that as of last night, when I added several more, the list is now at 1,176 different beers.
1,176. Okay.
Yeah, and so I've been collecting. Like, I write a little short paragraph description of each one and whether I like it or not, and I rate them, and then I like have stats on like which beers are the best. And it's I'm obsessive, compulsive, and weird, but I enjoy it.
And so, what's your favorite after all that?
I believe my all-time favorite is Heady Topper, which is an IPA that's only available in Vermont that I know you and I both love.
And attest, it's a great beer.
Yeah, that's my very favorite. It's really, really good.
And what's your absolute least favorite?
Budweiser.
Bud
Light?
Bud Light?
Bud Light.
It's got to be light, right? Okay.
I mean, there's all of those, like, name brand cheapos are terrible.
Yeah. So, would you say you know all of the words better or all of the craft beers better?
I'm in pretty much the same situation with both, which is like I try to know as many as possible, but there's just so gosh darn many. I'm probably closer to all of the words and all of the beers because there's just like, first of all, they add more beers to the beer list faster than they can add more words to the word list.
Let's say U.S. beers, perhaps, because you probably maybe haven't had all of the.
Yeah, it's still the same answer. Like there's too many beers.
Okay.
Not enough lifetimes.
Okay, so you are in the Collins division for Scrabble, and at the time of this interview, you are winning. Who's the best player in the division?
Well, me, obviously, because I'm winning.
Okay.
Yeah, no. It's probably Dave Wiegand. He's a very, very good player. He's the best in America there is. So, yeah, he's great, but I'm trying to do my best and outvie him this week.
Yeah. And so you're playing Collins. So where is playing this international lexicon taking you, like, travel-wise?
Oh, a lot of places. Am I at 6 or 7 countries? So U.S., Canada, England, France, Australia, Czech Republic. I'm at 6 right now, and then if I go to Kenya later this year, that'll be 7.
Thinking about going to Kenya this fall?
Yeah.
It'll be pretty cool. So what has been your favorite moment in the Scrabble world thus far?
Well, probably all that travel you just mentioned.
Probably all the travel.
Like, I've never really seen the world that much before Scrabble, and so like Scrabble gave me an excuse to go travel and see places, and I really, really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I think my favorite worlds is probably in Perth, Australia. I had a great time there. But yeah, I mean, they've all been amazing.
Yeah. And you had a pretty good finish there, right?
Yeah, I came in 7th place. I was playing for 3rd and I lost, but 7th is still pretty good, so I'm happy.
Yeah. So anything else I should be asking you? Anything I missed? Anything else you want to mention?
That's probably about it. Yeah, having a great time at Nationals. New Orleans is awesome. It's been a great tournament.
And how many Nationals have you been to now?
This is my 10th.
10th one. Yeah. Awesome. Well, this is Evans Clinchy here playing in the Collins division. He's currently winning. And, it's been good talking to you, Evans, and I wish you the best of luck the rest of the way. Don't have too many beers.
I'll have a moderate number of beers. Thank you.
Perfect. Conrad, we'll see you guys for the next interview.
And tell me about how you got into competitive Scrabble in the first place.
Let's see. I've always played. I was a kitchen table player as a teenager, and then I went away to college and sort of stopped playing the game for a bit. And then when I came back home after college, I found an ad in the paper for the local tournament, contacted the directors, started coming to the club, and yeah, that was 13 years ago.
Hey guys, this is Kenji Matsumoto, author of Breaking the Game. Here are 10 advanced tips that can help you improve at Scrabble. First, Scrabble is a word game. Learning additional words is vital for your Scrabble success. While the 2s and 3s are essential, many players find learning the vowel dumps, short J, Q, X, and Z words, and high probability bingos to be extremely useful if you want to be a proficient player. 2. Play both sides. Whether you prefer the thrill of an action-packed open board or the tactical precision of a closed board, to master Scrabble, you need to be able to play both. Third, develop a basic understanding of leave. In Scrabble, not all tiles are created equal. Many theorists have taken the time to figure out the value of just about any leave. There will be many positions where you have to choose between a 20-point play with a good leave or a 30-point play with a mediocre leave, and understanding which play to make is essential for your Scrabble success. Fourth, learn how to play defense. Learning the various ways to block bingo lines, reduce space, blocking scoring spots, etc. is a vital part of understanding Scrabble. Fifth, watch the scoreboard. When you're ahead, you should usually look to make plays that reduce bingo lines and focus on scoring points consistently. When behind, you want to take more chances and try to draw bingos and very high scoring plays in hopes of catching your opponent. Sixth, every move should have a reason. Every play should have an overarching goal, whether it's scoring points, increasing risk, reducing the probability of a disaster scenario, or getting out of range of your opponent's bingo. Seventh, track. Tracking tiles can help you play better during the pre-endgame and endgame, letting you know about rack imbalances, pool imbalances, as well as remaining key tiles such as the blank or an S, and can also give you more information about your opponent's rack and whether setups or fishing plays are a good idea. 8. Brainstorm. Players should be committed to developing a systematic approach to Scrabble, and develop their heuristics by looking for patterns from position to position. 9th. Alphabetize your rack before every turn. If you study bingos by looking at your rack in alphabetical order, it only makes sense for you to adjust your tiles in alphabetical order if you are looking for a bingo. 10. Adapt. It is important to customize your thought process to each position, and make plays according to unusual circumstances that Scrabble will throw at you.
Okay, so tell me your name and where you're from.
Hello, I am Lindsay Cate Barra. I am from New Orleans, Louisiana, and I'm excited to be here.
Fantastic. So tell me about how you got started with competitive Scrabble.
So my mom is Lila Crotty. She taught me Scrabble growing up, and we were very excited in the early 00s to find the competitive Scrabble scene and a local club. And so we're now, I played in the first nationals that was in New Orleans in 2004, which was my second tournament ever.
Wow.
And I'm happy to still be around and still be competing and learning all the time, and just happy to see the tournament back here in New Orleans.
Very good. So I was going to ask you about your first tournament.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about what it was like to play in that event.
Yes, it was enlightening with 800 people. I had no idea what to expect. I was somewhat excited to be in the lower divisions as I saw the different characters and personalities that came with the upper divisions. I had no idea that the Scrabble community was so colorful and exciting and interesting, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
Very good. And so after all this time, what is it about this game, about this community, that keeps you playing Scrabble?
I mean, it's smart, it's interesting, the game is different every time you play it. The people are great, it's fun to travel, it's amazing that there's tournaments all over the country and the world, and yeah, and everyone's just been so wonderful and supportive and kind and friendly. I'm just happy to be a part of the community.
That's great. And other than Scrabble, tell me something that you're good at.
Ooh. I don't know. I don't know. That's a tough one. The past year, past 18 months, I've lost 80 pounds, and I am a newfound gym lover. So that's my other pastime at the moment.
That's amazing.
Yes. Thank you so much, Josh.
Hey guys, we are back at the 2017 North American Scrabble Championship. We are coming to you live from New Orleans, Louisiana, and I'm Conrad.
I'm Robin.
And this is round 31, the final round of the tournament. And
excited and a little sad.
Yeah. This is always getting to the sad part for us, because this is, like one of the most fun things all year. I've been doing this for 13 years, and I've never missed one. And I hope to never miss a Nationals.
I've been doing it for 34-ish.
Okay.
But I started in the womb.
And Robin's turning 35 next year.
I did. Started in the womb.
That's just great. So
both of us spoke to the two players that were about to see duke it out for the championship. Whoever wins this one, because they both have equal amount of wins, is going to win the entire tournament. Spread means nothing at this point, even though David's 1,000 points ahead, pretty much in spread. So. You spoke to Dave, and what did he talk about?
Yeah, so Dave basically just wanted to go through the game and ask me where he screwed up, because it was a close game, and I said, you just needed more time. I was focusing
Did you talk to him about the time trouble? Because he never gets into time trouble.
He just said, the beginning of the game was just really hard, and then you got to the end of the game, and there just wasn't enough.
All right. And I bumped into Austin, and you'll never guess what Austin said to me the first thing.
What was that?
Where did I screw up? See, this is what we do in Scrabble. It's not like how great I just played. It's what did I do wrong?
Yeah.
There's that humility. And unfortunately, in this case, there were a few things that he did miss some words. So whether his strategy or whatever, we're not commenting on that. Just pure word knowledge, he made a few mistakes. And so I've learned my lesson from the past, because in the past I've answered that question. And this time I said, let's not concentrate on that. Everything happens when you're in a tournament. Let's concentrate on the next game and what you need to do.
Yeah.
So, because really, do I want him to go into the final game going, oh my God, not only did I make all these mistakes, I made them against Dave Wiegand, I made them on camera, I made them in front of everybody. You don't want to hit that mindset. I told him he played beautifully. There's a reason why he's in the final. There's a reason why he's playing Dave Wiegand with equal number of wins. Go out there and have a great game.
Yeah.
And so that's the whole conversation.
Yeah. And from here, so the winner will be the winner of the international division, and we'll join Will as a Division 1 winner of this tournament. Dave has previously won the U.S. National Championship with the North American Dictionary twice. He is like one of the biggest Scrabble beasts in the history of beastdom ever. And Austin has been a top player for many years and has been playing for, as we've said, around 18, 19 years since he was 8 years old.
King Bong, yes, you were right to stay up. I know it's late where you are, but this is absolutely a not miss game.
So this is going to be really cool. I'm curious to see if Dave maybe tries to play Unjoin, which is, I know for a fact, is a phony because I've gotten away with it before. It's a very, very hard word to not play.
Oh, snoozled! Oh my God!
Yeah,
but he's not gonna. He doesn't have enjoin. He has unjoin, I think. Right?
Yeah.
Although that makes it a bit more exciting. Unjoin is not a word. Unjoint is good.
Yeah. Yeah, King, you were like pulling an all-nighter or something, and I think our favorite super fan probably went to sleep and came back, and we were still going on. He's going for it. Oh my goodness.
So I think we did talk about talk a little bit about Jambé.
Yeah.
And see, Dave is now exploiting Jambé. This is my opinion.
Yeah.
Austin said he wasn't 100% sure about the S hook. He did stick it, as we talked about, when he felt he needed to catch up. Dave is exploiting the fact that he did not know certain words.
I wouldn't be surprised if Dave knew that was phony.
Oh, 100% he knew it was phony.
But it makes sense that Austin, might not challenge it because it gives him a huge comeback play here, and unfortunately for Dave, it kind of obscures the S hook on Unjoin.
That doesn't exist.
That doesn't exist. Of
but
course, it takes the T, of course.
Which still can play.
Yeah. Yeah, I once was playing in a team tournament with my Scrabble protege who's down in Division 3, and we opened with Unjoin, and it was not challenged either.
It's very, very plausible.
Yeah.
Oh, it's really implausible to unjoin the train links and, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So we're definitely off here. And
this is such an exciting game. I can't begin to tell you. This is what we live for, guys. We're in a final game. The tournament hasn't been decided. We have two fabulous players.
Yeah.
They both started with some good points. There isn't easy racks happening that like kind of a snooze fest for us to do that kind of a commentary.
Squoosh, I agree. Dave did know you were a phony. Yeah, I'm cool like that. I live for Scrabble and beer. And a few other things. Mostly Scrabble and beer.
So this is a rack that is not usually going to bingo when you have high point tiles like this, but these are the ones also where your bread and butter, where you score your 30 points, you know, in between. When you think about it, a bingo often is just two good 35-point plays strung together.
Yeah.
So don't always have to go for that bingo. Get your two 35-pointers and you've got your bingo right there.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what there seemed like there should be just a plethora of options here.
Almost too many, because he can score so much.
Austin's play scored 50 points. It has not showed up yet, but it is 50 points.
So I'm not sure what he was going for there. Oh, cuff. Okay, perfect. That's a ton of points. I mean, you got to think that's the play. He doesn't like leaving the two vowels, but come on, with a Y, that is kind of deathy. But oh, you see, that's why he did what he just did.
Yeah. You know what, Bill?
That's a ton of points too.
I've traveled the world. I've gotten to see the world. I haven't had to pay for it because I was playing a game. I've met most of my best friends.
Oh, that
I've
was a ton
fallen
of
in
points.
love. I've won a national championship. So you tell me, do I actually enjoy this? Yeah, it's been pretty good.
Well, you know what? Oki was worth more than cuff, and it was the better play in terms of rack leads.
Yeah.
So. But nobody's, so Austin's in a bit of, I think he's going to have to, he has two S's, so he's definitely going to play down to Zunes and, you know, play off one of those. So we're going to probably see nerds or derns or, there we go, derns. That's a pretty easy decision.
So sometimes you would ignore a phony word. It doesn't happen very often. In this case, he probably would have wanted to check it because he would have had Zunes for 48 and kept Dave with not a great rack. But there have definitely been a couple of times where I've let phonies go intentionally.
Yeah.
They're few and far between, but they happen. And being aware of them, certainly an interesting position to be in. Yeah, Austin should have more points than he does currently.
Yeah. So we'll catch you up on that.
He should be on Austin's score should be 70.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Happier is going to come down, I think. Yeah, you don't want to let, really the only time you want to let I mean, not the only time, but certainly if you can score appreciably more than your opponent.
Yeah.
Remember, it's a different situation here that you only have a 5-point challenge. You don't lose your turn, which is so egregious in the other dictionary.
Yeah. Phony is just a fake word. So yeah, you can play fake words, and it's up to your opponent to challenge it off.
Yes, you can get away with playing false words as long as you're not challenged.
Yeah.
If you're challenged, you know.
I've certainly.
Now, I wonder what's going through Dave's head in terms of time management. I don't think it's going to be a big deal, but, you know, you don't want to have anything different happen to you when you're in a playoff situation, and this is something that's different that happened. But he's got such poise. I don't think it's going to really bother him.
Yeah. Selfie is a word. I played it recently, in fact. Dave, as he likes to do, will spell out funny things on his tile rack. He just had pipehead spelled out.
Now, the trouble with Happier, and one of the reasons he's not playing it so quickly, is that it's going to slot the A just above the triple letter score, and we haven't seen the X yet.
Yeah, which I think people tend to get a little too freaked out about that, but then again, I could be wrong. I can understand, a bit of paranoia here for sure, because you don't necessarily want to give that up.
He's also probably looking at heap down to Derns, parallel to Derns.
Yeah.
So he's got scores.
It seems like pretty much no matter what, he'll block fillaries for Austin.
Yeah, no
next
matter what,
turn.
he's going to block fillaries because he doesn't have anything that good underneath Joe.
Welcome back, Mighty Bob Barker.
Is there anything through the D that he might be looking at?
So
don't think
Turtle,
so.
I don't play with my family. Wouldn't be much point to it. My brother actually has played in a few tournaments over the years, and this is my brother does sales at a startup, and is a basketball star, so not like the spitting image of what you would expect for a competitive Scrabble player, but just goes to show you that anyone can really get into it. So he probably wouldn't beat me, but yeah.
All right, so fillaries is blocked.
Maybe Austin could take a selfie for us. Yeah.
For people who don't get that, if you move around the tiles on his rack, you'll see a selfie.
Dingus is definitely a word.
Fruit Loop is not.
Fruit Loop's not a word yet. I wish.
I liked on Big Bang Theory when the Russian cosmonauts, which I guess is redundant, called, oh God, what's his name? Sorry. Do you watch the show?
I know who Sheldon is.
Yeah, I'll think of it in a second.
Okay.
He called his fellow astronaut Fruit Loop because he liked to eat Fruit Loops for breakfast.
Oh,
Stuart, not Stuart. God, I watched the show. I can't believe I can't think of the name. Hi from Birmingham, England. Hello.
Hello. Welcome. Hello from a third of the way around the world.
Big Bang Theory is amazing, and I can't believe I'm whiffing on the name. It's just so stupid. Howard Wolowitz. Stupid. All right.
Well, I guess not once upon a time, just a few years ago, there was almost a Scrabble TV show that was essentially supposed to be real-life Big Bang Theory.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was cast in the
scary.
lead role.
Really?
I was.
What happened?
We filmed a sizzle. I'm probably still under. No, I don't think I'm under NDA. I think it was like 2 years. At this point, don't really care.
I didn't know this at all.
They can come sue me if they need to. Yeah, it was an interesting experience to be followed around by a camera crew for a while. But I think for the most part, I'm glad it didn't happen. It's not my thing.
Not your thing.
No.
Well, back in I'm trying to think what year it was when the Worlds were at Vegas. It was a very, very big year for Scrabble, and I actually had 3 camera crews following me at the same time, and I had all these mics on me, and they were even taking movies of me, video of me putting on, getting ready in the morning, and it was quite an experience. And as a result, I was in a couple of documentaries and lots of articles in the newspaper. It was a big golden time for Scrabble. I think it was just around the time Stefan's book came out, so I think that's what it was all about.
So it's not a best of 3. It just so happens that what the standings were in the tournament, that they were the only 2 who could win, so they just kept playing.
Yeah.
Hello, Chicago.
We're allowing them to duke it out rather than probably John Shu, who does the pairings, would probably prefer to do it in a more mathematically exciting way. But the correct thing to do is to have the top players duke it out.
So it's funny that
that's a perfectly good game turn.
That Dave's rack is almost the same as last turn, except worse.
Yeah.
There's a chance here he might actually. I don't know. He could play to the R.
He's got 3
He could play to
E's.
the E now,
That
or
really
to the
sucks.
R.
Well, he could play F EPHAH, which would save 3 vowels, I believe.
Hey there,
but
Chris.
It scores the most.
Mush, I believe this is their second time in a row playing.
Yes, it is. And you can see Dave's playing a little bit faster now because he's already 4 minutes slower.
That is a blank, right? Do my eyes work?
Oh my goodness. AAEILS blank for Austin. Oh my goodness.
So it looks like
he's definitely bingoing. It's
yeah,
just a
looks like
matter
Austin's
of what.
gonna catch up, and whether he's not gonna take a big lead, but for the moment should be up a little tiny bit.
He did not have a triple, by the way.
No.
I believe he only had head sail.
Okay. Not sailhead.
Not sailhead. Which, that's what I do all the time on Aerolith. I always yep.
And Chris, you're a long-time tournament player yourself, I think.
Saggy Dragon and Bingo means when you use up all your 7 tiles. It's kind of a, they call it a bonus across the pond. We call it a bingo for whatever. I know there's a story behind it, but like it's not interesting enough to remember.
Yeah. Shad, you already won because you have like the best name in the world. There's little else to do unless you really want to become a national Scrabble champion, which is not the worst thing ever, but no, it was fun.
So right now it's just looking like Austin.
Basically.
Let me see if he can do anything to the R. But right now, obviously, bingo's under the E and F is very simple for him to do. I'm just trying to see. I mean, he's got like things like Gassellier. Is there a way for him to stick the S on the heaps? Is what I'm trying to figure out. But I'm not seeing anything.
You're live, right, guy? You're here. We see you. Your test
Certainly,
work.
it would be safer for him to play something like Gassellier to the R. Gaselier. And also, sorry, Gassellier, he's 2 A's, Gassellier. And that's a word that he should know very well. But I think looks like he might, let me see. I can't tell how he's picking it up. No, it's going to be a bit more, okay. So he's playing Avails, which is very, very good play because making that a V, there's no 2-letter words with the V. So nobody can go on top onto the triple row. That A is so dangerous where the double letter square is. But it's perfectly safe because the V blocks everything.
Yeah, yeah. Well, thanks for watching, Tartarus. And right, Chris, that makes sense. That sounds very familiar to me. He and I both being the same age. He was one of the first kids I saw in the Internet Scrabble Club back in the early 2000s.
Oh my goodness, he's getting nice balanced racks. Trindle and Tendril. Not that there's anywhere to put it, but we'll see what else he has. We'll get the score updated with Austin any second now. 68 more points than he has right now, which would be 154, I believe.
Moose, it's not a best of series. Everybody plays every round. This is round 31. So turns out that these two have played multiple times in a row, and the winner will win their division.
Okay. So David is keeping the board open, opening up another S hook.
Yeah, Chris, my Scrabble friend and I, Mac, are thinking of trying to take on that record as well. So I'm about 50 to 100,000 blitz games deep on ISC. Thought it could be fun because it's always everyone who's done that it's been a great thing for charity and such. But you'll have to let us know what it was like to play Scrabble 24 hours straight without stopping.
I once played in the Minnesota tournament, which is you basically come down in your pajamas at some point.
I already do that. Joe's one of the top spelling bee contestants for the Scripps spelling bee. Last year, Cooper Komatsu. I think he got 8th place last year. He was on
he really?
the ESPN telecast.
And he won the school Scrabble championship.
Also, yeah, former school Scrabble winner. He's over in Division 3. I think
is he going to win?
He gets second place.
Second place?
I think.
Okay. For now, till he works his way up,
yeah.
Which should be real soon.
Thank you, King. I appreciate that.
Aw, thank you. So Austin has what we call in Scrabble a no-go instead of bingo. Yeah, he's got Trindle and Tendril, and he's got nowhere to put it, and there's nothing through the A. These are always difficult racks because you have good tiles, and you're never quite sure what to do with it.
Yeah. Yeah, Juz Cooper is super cool. He's like what most kids should aspire to be.
Oh, Cooper's
Thanks, Linkster. We
fabulous.
appreciate it. Yes, you guys held the record, and then all of a sudden it became like a very trendy record to beat. I feel like a number of people. Greg, I think you and what's his face? I can picture him. I'm just losing my mind as usual.
What game is this you're talking about?
The most points scored in 24 hours for the Guinness Book of World Records.
Did they make it? Did they make it in?
Chris and Austin did at one point, and then Mike and Alistair in Australia had done it, and then Craig, Evil Budgie, and I don't know why I feel so stupid. I'm blanking on his name. He wears Ray. Yeah, wears the I Beat Nigel shirt. Tried a couple times and then eventually beat it, and I think you guys are the current record holders, I think.
So what's happening is Austin's trying to figure out what to do with his beautiful rack, not to blow it up, but also to set himself up possibly for a bingo. And Dave has also nothing to do. There's no sevens on his rack, and Digestor he just blocked by playing Cine. And the only bingo through the A is Godicias. So he's also looking very much forward to see what Austin's going to do, perhaps give him something to bingo through.
Yeah. Say a shout out to Verbalobe. How's it going? Wish you were here. And Nerdlit, that's a pretty
Why do I know
that's
that
pretty
name,
sweet
Verbalobe?
find.
Who is that?
That's
I'm making
John,
you do
John Van
names.
Pelt.
John who?
I assume it's John Van Pelt.
That's right. That's exactly who it is.
Yeah. The Sri Lankan pair. Okay, right. Yeah. C-Colo in Australia. I believe there are tournaments held in everywhere except in the north. I know that in the Northern Territory or whatever it's called, Northern Australia. That's what I'm trying to say. I think. Sorry for not being good at geography.
That's okay. We're a little.
But
we're so excited about this game.
Yeah.
I'm going to respond to Turtle Hopper. When's the next competition? You'll be announcing. Actually, there's 3 times a year that I personally do it. One is this, one is School Scrabble, and one is the World Championships, which are happening in Nottingham, England, coming up in August. I am slated to go to that, but it is not 100% sure.
Yeah.
So that would be my next one, personally.
Yeah. I don't have any plans to stream any Scrabble anytime soon. To finish the one question, in Australia they have a scene.
Oh, he gave him dodgiest.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Oh, my God.
They have a scene in Western Australia. There are tournaments in Adelaide. There's a solid scene in, of course, in Sydney as well as in Melbourne. And the heads of the organization, I believe, are up in Brisbane. And there are a couple tournaments in Canberra as well every year. So pretty much everywhere. I think there's even a tournament. There's the Trans-Tasman Challenge too. So there's even a tournament in Tasmania every couple of years. So definitely look up the Australian Scrabble Players Organization, ASPA.
So the only reason Dave took a few seconds to play dodgiest is that he could have obviously played it to the left of the D and started it sticking out to the left, and it would have scored the same thing as what he just did now. And the question he wanted to make is, do I want to set up 2 possible comeback lanes, one on the left, or just keep the one on the right closed up the way he just did it? And that's the choice he made, and I think it was the correct choice.
Yeah. Is it sad that all that I see for Austin is fartling? Because that's all I see. I don't think it's a bingo.
It's not a bingo.
That should
It's
show,
not even
show you where. Yeah, this is usually an MTG stream. There's definitely a bit of overlap between. There's a few MTG players who also play competitive Scrabble. One of them, Ori Swift, has been on a few pro tours and has one of the highest ratings for Scrabble as well.
So are we up to date with Dave's score? Did he make? I think, or did the bingo put him up higher? I think it.
I
think
suspect the bingo put him up a
yeah,
bit.
I think so too.
Dave's around 250, I would think.
I would think so too. So we'll update that for you in a second. And we'll also try to get you some scores from the other top game that's going on.
I want some Doge hype here. Be pretty cool.
So that's really, really annoying for Austin, who had a bingo that could not play. And by playing a very reasonable turn, he actually gave Dave a bingo that he would not have had, and that can wear away at your psyche while you're playing. That's for sure.
Especially in a situation like this, where like, you know, one rack might be all it takes. But I mean, you know, still anybody's game, effectively.
Oh, absolutely. It's way too... Oh, we have Nigel versus... So some of you might have heard of Nigel Richards, who is widely considered the most brilliant player in Scrabble. And we have some really brilliant players, but he's in a somewhat of a league of his own, based on both his word knowledge and his capacity to set himself up and to also find intricate plays that other people simply cannot find. He was not having the best of tournaments. He's not in a position to win this tournament, but he just is like the ever-ready bunny, and he just does not lose towards the end. And he's now in a position to possibly come in 3rd or 4th place, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. You point that out, Squoosh. This is the only division where first place was not decided before the last game. It's a good thing we're streaming it. This is very interesting for Austin here on his next rack. He just set up a big bingo lane for himself, but did not draw the bingo there, but instead
valeting
drew it elsewhere. So
what is tabuli plus a G? Okay.
So because I believe Reft does not take anything on the back.
No, it doesn't. So it's very safe for Dave to actually play something, to play tabuli, except for the S hook that it takes. It's very safe for him to play Reft because it will not hook an S onto it.
Yeah, I was not. I agree with Craig. I'm not super psyched about the play of Ref. Felt a little bit desperate at this point in the game. Probably could have just played up in the top left and just kept the far left A pretty available or something, but it is going to work out for him here. The opening rack for with Zune kept DLS. Eric, DLS with Zune.
Ooh, I see some very pretty... Okay, so in the... I'm going to give you an update. Nigel versus Alex Seaholm right now. After 8 turns, Nigel is up 391 to 282, and we see some very pretty words to the... Just to give you an idea how nothing is safe against Nigel, he opened the game with Flex, and then he bingoed the very next turn natural with Shin Leaf.
Dang.
Ending an 8-letter word with an F. It's so disheartening to play him. It's just, he never misses. So it looks like he's well on his way to finishing in 3rd place.
Yep.
Which will make him happy not to have to avoid doing an interview.
Yeah. That's all he really wanted, was to not have to do an interview.
That's why he didn't finish in 1st place on purpose.
Yeah.
We're joking, by the way.
So once Dave plays, Austin's probably going to play almost instantly, which is kind of what he needs right now. It's just a quick bingo to get back in it. Phi is definitely a word. I remember that from when I learned some Shakespeare monologue.
It's not fee, it's phi?
I don't know how to pronounce anything.
I think it's
probably
fee.
fee.
Yeah, fee, fi, fo, fum. Does not take an S, but it takes an F.
Carmel Dodd, that's like the story of my life right now, trying to be a graduate student and working all summer and living in New York City and trying to work out. It's not working. It's not working for me at all. I have extreme ab guilt right now.
What guilt?
Ab guilt.
As in
the
body?
current, as in Dave's current rack. Yeah, Mac has clinched.
I thought it was
second
like,
place.
I've been a student for so long and I haven't been to the gym, so I have ab guilt. I swear to God, that's what I thought.
Yeah, that's...
As in, I feel guilty that I haven't. Or is that what you're saying?
That is literally what I'm saying.
Oh, there you go. We are so...
Life is hard. No, I'm not actually complaining. Hopefully my job search will be over pretty soon. I've had too much of a good thing. I'm actually the antithesis of complaining. That's why I'm not a PhD student. I'm just a 1-year master's student.
Just 1 year it took you?
It's a 2-year program shoved into 1 year.
Oh
so
my God.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal.
So you didn't have a life?
No life at all.
I totally get that.
That's okay. I love the field. And
how long was your thesis?
We do a capstone project. So we've been at Bloomberg all summer, which has been really fun. So contributing to the world of accessibility, people who are blind. It's been really cool.
Oh, that is fabulous. Good for you.
Interestingly, one of my Scrabble claims to fame is I can actually play a game completely blindfolded without it. The only thing that I'm allowed to know is what my tiles are at the beginning of each game.
But you know where everything is.
Yeah.
We've done that before. We've been so desperate to play a game at a tournament, and all the boards were packed up, that we played on the tablecloth, just trying to remember where everything was.
Yeah.
So the thing that Dave doesn't know is that he can actually play tabbouleh very safely, because Austin is going to bingo with valeting, and he's going to get first shot at juicy spots underneath tabbouleh or with an S to it. But he doesn't know that.
I mean, the toughest part for Dave here is that, he knows that Austin just played off 2 tiles, but he doesn't have any way of knowing that Austin doesn't have an S.
Right.
He plays tabbouleh. He has to worry about tabboulehs.
So he played very nicely for 31 points. The trouble is he used up the T that would have hooked onto ref, and he doesn't have an S. So Austin should start playing very quickly now. He saw that Dave took almost 5 minutes to play that last turn.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Dave just had an interesting...
Oh, wow.
He's going to have an interesting pickup here.
This is so un-Dave-like.
Yeah, I do agree. There should be more people playing Scrabble. Wow. I don't even mind if they play Minecraft and Scrabble, as long as there's more Scrabble. I think that's great.
Now this isn't really a disaster for Dave because if they're high scoring tiles, so if he can get 30-40 points a turn, doesn't even need the vowels if he's able to find stuff to do.
Yeah, the problem is that Austin's drawing into a couple decent tiles left. Did he pick up any of them?
He picked an
S. Yeah,
S.
he did.
He didn't
So,
pick a bingo, but he's got some really nice tiles.
It was just that by Dave missing all those good tiles.
I want you to find the bingo off a D.
Dead bodies? What?
Very good. Dead boys.
Dead boys? Oh,
very
right,
close.
of
Very
course.
close. Yeah. But you went straight to dead. But that was fab. Nobody's taken advantage of the up hook up on top for he could play yob, and that might be a really nice play. Or even yobs start to close the board a bit. Yobs and cines, and that's worth a mitt full of points.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be horribly surprised if that ended up being one of the best plays for Austin next turn.
Yeah.
Score a bunch of points and keep good tiles left over.
44 points, and he closes the boards off somewhat. The ref might come back to bite him, but he had to do what he had to do,
Yeah, I think that whatever happens with that area of the board may well, influence the outcome of this game. I don't know what's going to happen with it yet because no one's used it yet still.
So 37 points for Dave. If he picks up 3 vowels, even 2, he's he'll pick up blank eye something, right?
Yeah.
We'll see. I don't know. I'm not feeling that. Here comes. Well.
Okay. Almost.
Like virginal rivaling.
Yeah. I think you are. Yeah, he's already getting ready to put yob down. Yeah, absolutely.
The question is, does he stick the S as well? What do you think?
Oh gosh, that is. I think he has to keep it at this point because he has no hook for ref right now.
Yeah.
Or he has the hook
or
for Brewitt and for ref, and there's no other S's left.
And he now has an A to go in front of valeting.
And that one remaining blank.
Oh my God, my heart just got a little
I don't be surprised if Austin turns it over.
Wow.
This is
no bingo. It's a tough board because you really have to pretty much play 7s.
Yeah.
And these guys know, of course they know 7s, but 8s are bread and butter for us.
Yeah.
And so you have to have the bingo right on your rack. You can't rely on another tile to help play through.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have anything right now.
Yeah. If ever there was intense Scrabble, this is
This is it. This is a fabulous final game for us.
This is very intense.
But not for these guys. They would love to have an easy game.
Either one of them would love to just try everything.
And we saw that a bit with...
I was looking for refi to show up. It used to be words with friends only. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. But so I thought maybe when he had LAVING, he might draw something underneath making refi.
Oh, it looks like Alex coming back a bit. But oh my goodness, Nigel had both blanks. This is always what happens. Alec bingos within crusts, starts to catch up, and Nigel bingos right away with Palter.
Yeah.
Then Alec got down Aconite Natural. Not only does Nigel bingo, but he bingos with both blanks, which means that Alec can't pick up either of those. But then Alec comes back with Quiz for 64 points to come within 50 points. So right now I'm trying to give you an update because we had 2 more turns since then.
It's looks like probably too little too late.
Yeah, because Nigel has 2 S's.
Yeah, so
right now he's up just about 45 points. So the score is 414 to 369 for Nigel with 4 in the bag.
No,
nothing
he
in the
only
bag.
has 4 tiles.
Yeah, he's only got 4 tiles.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like Nigel's going to come in 3rd place.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what Dave does here. You know, we sometimes talk about how ING can be a bit of a red herring, but when he's got that refi spot at the bottom, you know, in an ING, it's not a bad spot. But he's also, you know, holding on to the small lead here, so it doesn't really surprise me that he goes with something like Vang, because AILR as a leave is.
We have to find out how many vowels are left that he did something like that.
Kruth is definitely a valid word. And
oh
I've
yeah,
definitely played it
I've
before.
definitely played it. We've all played it. I haven't played QWERTY yet, though. Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never got a chance. I remember when the not the last new dictionary update came up, but the one before it was at Chris Cree's The Do the Dallas Open, and we obviously had a prize for the best new word, and somebody played feminazi on the very first week of the new dictionary.
Wow.
Oh, Dave's gonna, yeah. So we had to check how many vowels were left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There were only 2 I's that were left.
Yeah. Milkman, no, this is it. Oh, is there a bracket to follow along with? Yeah, there is a bit.ly link if someone wants to throw the bit.ly link down to take to the standings. There are 6 divisions. Yeah, this is a.
This is an exciting game. Look at the score. Is that really the score? I guess it is.
Dave up by about 30. That makes sense.
Okay. So you really don't want to screw up your rack here.
Yeah, no, I mean, Austin sees his best play.
Acted?
Yeah, he's going to play it, I'm sure. And
off of the G and N valet?
Yeah.
It's got to be.
And, you know, it's going to come down to him.
39 points.
Whoever gets that last blank is probably going to win the game. And seeing as how there aren't that many left, it's, you know, becoming increasingly likely with every play.
Yeah, you
obviously
got to,
that someone's going to get it.
I'm still not able to tell you how many tiles are left.
So I suspect Austin is going to play Acted, and then Dave will probably come back pretty quickly with WAI or WAIL by WUS.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the play. Absolutely.
The question is he going to play the L to try to obscure some of the bingo lines a bit, or is he just going to go for his own bingo?
It's kind of exciting a little bit. It would have been over at the Nigel Alec game where it's down to 423 to 393. You got to give him a lot of credit for catching up.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Oh, he needs.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if he can do anything with that.
So we'll get to Austin and
that's an 8 rack if I ever saw it. Yeah, he needs that's an 8 rack. You need it. Yeah. Oh, but it's gonna score.
It will score points. And Dave's running low on time again.
Oh, just a second. He's got squeal off ref.
Yeah.
That is huge.
Squeal will likely win him the tournament.
And it's not like he's not going to see it.
No, he will.
The concern is, are there bingo tiles enough for Dave to? Does he empty the bag? Can Dave come back with the bingo and win the game?
Yeah. And so now in Dave's position, you have to start thinking.
Look at the time.
Yeah, you know, since Dave won't get an S, he has to start thinking. I might need to bingo with that B up in the top right. You know, he might want to consider keeping that open and go for the miracle out bingo. And yeah, not to my surprise, he's
Yeah, so that obviously saves a much more balanced rack. It also does not block the bingos off the B, because he doesn't have an S. He can't stick an S on Wales.
And
Oh, it's not looking that great for Dave now.
No.
I wish I knew what was left in the bag. It's so lousy that we don't have up to date. Let me see. We're not up to date at all on the stream, the other stream. So I can't tell you how many tiles are left. We could start counting them, actually.
I
Maybe
think
I'll do that.
Austin will be squealing with delight soon when he wins the tournament.
Okay, I'm going to count the tiles. 5, 8, 16, 17, 21.
I would squeal for all of you, but I would probably get in trouble.
37, 40, 41, 43, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 53, 56, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 71, 73, 74, 78. 81 tiles are played, plus the 14 on their rack is 95. There are 5 tiles left in the bag, including a blank, not a blank anymore. That's taken care of, and if that's the last S, it is the last S. I think there's no reason not to play Squeal.
Yeah, I mean the
It
only
empties
fear
the
would
bag.
be
That's the only thing that's bad about it.
the only fear would be a play underneath that scores 30 or 40, but
Yeah, and does he have it?
no, I
No.
don't think so.
So
That-
he
that-
has
that
this
L-
tournament
that
one if
L.
he plays it. Just remember the time difference as well. Dave is now down to 3 minutes to Austin's 7.
This would be a
My heart would be
heck of a
dying.
comeback for Austin over the last 2 games.
75 points will put him 40-something points ahead. But he empties the bag. 77, thank you. 31, 33, 34, 69, 71. 75 points for Squeal, not 77, I think. Yeah, he sees it.
Yep.
You got to go for it, don't you think?
Yeah,
You got to go for it.
imagine you have to. I
You
can't.
got to go for it.
I can't
Like if
imagine
he could stick
wouldn't.
the Q next to 2 eyes and get 64, absolutely
Yeah,
do not bingo.
sure, but
you got to bingo.
well,
You
he's
got to
not-
play
he's
the
not even
Squeal, sorry.
bingoing.
Sorry, well it's like a bingo.
That's, yeah.
Oh my God. Is anybody's heart beating the way mine is? I know mine is.
This is the epitome of a top level Scrabble right here, guys.
I have seen, let's say he had another S, or let's say, and he would have to open up well, he wouldn't have to open up a triplet. He'd score a lot more points by playing sequels off of refs to the right. If there was any possibility, he would have to look at all the tiles that are left in the bag and see if there's any possibility that Dave could either bingo back if that was enough to win, or triple. And I remember being at the World Championships when Dave Boyes won, and he could have played something, but I think it would have given the possibility of ladybugs, which he saw. And so he didn't play the bingo that he could have played. He knew that he could win small, but he could win. And so I know in the gaming community sometimes, go out in flames or don't go out at all, or, but you have to play smart. You have to
Yeah.
go for the win.
Yeah.
You're just whelmed? I know
I'm decently whelmed myself.
I'm decently whelmed. I'm sufficiently.
Hella whelmed.
I hope my heart is beating. Asking. I hope it is too. All right. So because Austin has been so good with his time management, he's managed to induce heart arrhythmia in a lot of us because
Yeah.
he's got time to think about what to do.
Yeah.
He has to go through what's available in the rack, in the bag. Of the 12 tiles that he knows that are available, is there anything Dave can do to really, really hurt him? And that's how having really, really good word knowledge is just so important.
Yeah.
Here we go.
He's
Here
gonna
it comes.
go for
This
it.
is possibly.
We need to make sure that we don't squeal.
Let's watch Dave's face. Nothing.
Yeah, Dave.
Are we going to need the defibrillator for Dave?
No, Dave never. Dave always will just be like, okay, whatever.
All right, 47, and there were indeed 5 in the bag. And oh my
and there.
God, nice balanced
Oh
rack.
my goodness.
He knows that Dave can not really even do anything to hurt him underneath squeal.
Yeah. And I suspect we will try to bring Austin back here in just a couple minutes.
Oh my God, Lindsay and Austin both are going to win.
Boyfriend and girlfriend both won their divisions. Pretty cool.
That is
Mom
good.
almost won too.
Are you kidding?
She was at
What's
first.
her mom's name?
Lila.
Lila.
Crotty.
Oh, that's oh, you're.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, that's going to be a very proud household. I hope he's not going back to England too soon.
He's been here for a week. He was. They went to Florida for a week, so I don't know how soon he's going back. But
you don't think that they had this discussion? Well, you know what? There's a good chance both of us are going to win our division, so maybe we should extend the trip. You know, like come on, you have to think positively.
yeah, I mean Austin is a fantastic player. I don't think he could have ever. I don't think he could have said going in that this was going to happen. Lindsay, I think we all had a pretty good idea that might happen because she was the top seed, and we wanted to see if she could have a good tournament.
And remember when we said, I said maybe the ref is going to come back to bite him, but it's what set up his winning play.
Yeah, as it turned out, but it was pretty much a coin flip. It was who was going to get that spot at that point.
Isn't that sad? You play 5 days of a tournament, and sometimes it just comes down to who picks the best final rack, or penultimate rack. And that's the nature of the game, and you just have to go with it. Nigel won by 34. Thank you, Squish. Yeah, you got to give Eric good credit that he came back. He was really back quite a bit. My heart is racing. Ditto.
I just want to congratulate Austin already. My goodness.
What are you going to do? Look at Dave. Oh. This is one, we talked about it a bit at dinner, and he's won nationals, and he's twice. He's such an amazing champion.
Yeah.
And he says, but I haven't won this, and...
So who are the commentators? Man, who are we? I'm Conrad Bassett-Bouchard. I'm the 2014 National Scrabble Champion, and I'm joined with Robin Pollock-Daniel, one of the top players in North America. It's like top Canadian players, because you're Canadian. And
I've been as high as, I think, third in North America overall.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
In no way does making you Canadian better or worse as a Scrabble player.
I think worse, because our population is so much smaller, so it's a lot easier to be a good player.
Off the board, Dave would have I.R. Miller, but won't be enough
Oh, he's
points.
down to 5 seconds.
Yeah, Dave's down to 5 seconds. I mean, that was his play, but it's just not quite going to be enough.
It's so sad when you put down a word that you know it's going to lose you the game. It's so sad.
Yeah. Oh, I see an Etheridge 2 there. He showed up just in the nick of time.
No, women and men do not have separate divisions. I sometimes get called the highest ranked woman in Scrabble. I haven't played in 3 years, so someone has superseded me. But I often get called the top woman in Scrabble or whatever, simply because I think it's just good for marketing,
So provided Austin plays a valid word.
Oh, could you imagine if he didn't?
Well, a couple years ago, when Matthew Tunnicliffe won the national championship, he won a series 3-2 in a game where his opponent in round 1 played a phony 2 at the very end. Jesse Day would have been the national championship, but he accidentally played IR to lose a game. So it happens. So, guys, it is official. Austin Shin wins 2 games in a row, going 3-0 this morning.
We didn't think we would be saying this, honest to God.
Yeah, to come
David
back.
just needs to win. Did he? He won the first one.
Yeah, Dave needed to win. Needed to win 2 out of 3 today if Austin won all 3, and
he did not.
Austin took down one of the most storied, decorated Scrabble players in the history of the game, and bringing it home to the UK. I gotta hand it to Austin. He played 2 games against Dave. It started out really rough for him. Made a few huge mistakes that could have cost him, but he kept his head on straight, and really came back and set the tone at the end of the last game, and things fell his way here. Gotta hand it to him.
We think we gave you, not that we did are personally responsible for it, of course, but we were able to present to you 2 different sides to Scrabble. One where somebody was so dominating that he won with 3 games to go, but you got to see a lot of his play and how brilliant he played.
Yeah.
And then you got to see one where I have no idea what that means. Oh, we're on camera. Then we got to show you a situation where we had two fabulous players, but it went down to literally the second to last turn to determine who was going to win the championship. So that's the nature of Scrabble. It's a bit of everything.
Yeah. Thank you to those of you telling us we did a good job. We certainly have had a lot of fun with this. So how is the life of a Scrabble rock star? I got to say it's been pretty cool. I mean, I've been in pretty much every news, media, whatever.
Ooh,
had
sorry about that.
a TV show that was going to be about us and travel the world. And
oh, it's absolutely. I don't know that I haven't won a national, so I don't know if I'm allowed to call, superstar, or rock star, or whatever it is. But I've certainly, they talk about the 5 minutes of fame or 15 minutes of fame. Has far superseded that. Being in videos, being in documentaries, being flown around the world to do commentary. It's you know what? It's not a big deal ultimately, but in our own little world, we have some notoriety, and it's and it's an opportunity in my case, and I'm sure in Conrad's as well, for mentorship and to encourage people to come up in the ranks. For me, especially the women, because there's so few top women.
Yeah. So we've got Austin here. Do you want to speak with Austin, or do you want me to?
You go right ahead.
All right.
You're so great at
so
these
we are
interviews.
going to watch your ears here, everyone. We are
not bad, mister.
trying my best not to touch the headphone. No, but seriously, in terms of mentorship in Scrabble is a big deal, as I will ask Austin here in a minute. Put these, put it on kind of like this.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. And, yeah. So I am joined by Austin Shin, the Collins winner of the National Scrabble Championship after taking down two-time U.S. National Scrabble champion Dave Wiegand 2 straight games, which, let me tell you, is no small feat. First, how do you feel?
I'm not sure what I'm feeling at the moment. To be honest, I can't really believe this is happening, to be honest.
And I know it'll probably take a few minutes for everything to settle in, but how did you feel after the first game? Kind of started a little rough, but then you came back in and just clamped the board down and.
Yeah, I mean, I was just
focused.
trying to block the board up, and hopefully you didn't get anything. I'm lucky to pick out the blank, and again, this last game, I'm lucky to pick out the blank and the QU together. So, yeah. Just needed a bit of rub of the green, really.
Yeah, it was so funny when you played ref, setting up that lane, and then you drew the bonus elsewhere, and then that ref hook just stayed open forever.
Yeah, I was hoping they would block it at some point just to distract him, but lucky that I had the A as well.
Yeah, I mean it's fantastic, and I'm sure you've heard the great news about Lindsay as well.
Yes, she's done great as well. She got Gibsonized with 2 games to go, so well done to her as well.
And you heard we were interviewing her, or she was
right.
She was on the stream with us while you were playing Egotize.
Oh right, awesome.
So we had a question. So how much longer are you staying for after this? You headed right home now, or do you have a couple days to celebrate? Or?
No, I'll be with Lindsay and her family for until Saturday. Okay. So
cool.
Quite a bit more time in New Orleans.
Fantastic. Cool. And so a couple people have asked, where are you from in the UK?
From Milton Keynes. It's about 50 miles north of London.
Cool. And you've had some of your friends from the
from the UK.
ASBP, ABSP.
ABSP, yeah.
have been watching all day and cheering for you, and yeah, it's been super cool. So what's next for you with the Scrabble this year or next year?
I'm not sure yet. I've been asked about going to the MSI World Championship in Nottingham because they moved place. I hadn't got any more days off work, so I'm still thinking about whether I should be going to that or not. Yeah, I haven't really thought much more about it yet.
Mm-hmm. And gosh, let's see. We're all still trying to get over just the a heck of a comeback.
Yeah, I've just got to say thanks to all the people out there that have given me messages of support, especially online and privately also. I've read every single one of them, so thank everyone for that too.
Yeah. So would you say this is the biggest victory, or is this the?
Yeah, I think so. I've actually never won the UK Nationals before either, so this is definitely by far the biggest one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you're well on your way to winning that as well.
Oh, hopefully.
This is the second country you've won a tournament in, or have you won any victories outside of the UK prior to this? And you've had some good finishes, certainly.
Yeah, I've had some good finishes. I finished in the top in the Causeway Open division, but that was a long time ago, so not really any other big events, really.
Yeah. Well, I want to make sure that you get to go celebrate. We'll give you a couple minutes. I see Lindsay right here. Actually, let's just let her come say hi.
Congratulations!
We have two division winners here. Lindsay won Division 4 decisively, and Austin took it right down to the end to win the Collins division.
Yeah,
so,
not too bad.
Yeah. So I want to let you go enjoy the spotlight for a little bit, and I think we are going to take a break for now. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching all the games today. We are done. This was round 31. Not sure if we're going to be streaming any of the awards or anything coming up, but I would definitely like to thank all of you guys for watching. I'm Conrad Bassett-Bouchard. Definitely come try out Scrabble. If you're in the UK, look up someone like Austin. All sorts of incredible people out there all over the world. It's nice to know that wherever you go, just tell someone you're a Scrabble player.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a Scrabble player, they'll take you in.
Exactly, yeah.
It's cool. So thanks again, guys. Congrats to Will Anderson, the 2017 National Scrabble Champion, and to Austin Shin for winning the International North American National Scrabble Championship.
It's all good.
Is perhaps the Grand Master of Phonies, Josh Sokol, who just played David Gibson. And did you in fact attempt a phony against David?
Yes.
And what was it? What was this jewel?
I played Hadje.
So you hooked a back E to Hadj.
I did.
You did that against David Gibson, the reigning national champion.
Yeah.
Did you think he was going to accept it?
Yeah.
You did. You thought you had him under a spell and that he would be so overcome that he would just say, okay, sure.
Yeah, it was a really tense end game.
Now, I noticed I just happened to notice that you were overflowing with vowels, and for at least 3 or 4 turns, he had no vowels. He had all consonants, and not a nice combination, Q and a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
So how did he manage to keep scoring?
Well, just I want to take it back to right before we played. I was telling David that I just keep on noticing everybody is getting Q stuck this tournament. I've seen it happen at least 6 times, and it's absolutely incredible. Just the past game, he had gotten Q stuck, and so I feel like that contributed to why he got Q stuck this game. But I don't understand. There were so few vowels left, and I just drew all of them, absolutely all of them, and it worked out because it stuck him with the Q.
And you did have the advantage of having the blank on your rack, despite having all vowels otherwise.
Yeah, it was sort of a disadvantage though, because I had no time left, and I had to make my last play with 0 seconds on my clock and circle the blank, and I actually managed to do that.
Good.
So I'm very proud of myself.
And what was the final score?
I lost 369 to 475.
Okay. Now, are you having a good day?
Scrabble-wise, no, but I'm having a great time. This game was a lot of fun.
And for people who don't know you, who are new to Scrabble, can you just tell me, could you tell everyone your full name and where you're from?
Yeah, my full name is Joshua Sokol Rubenstein. I'm known as Josh Sokol. I live in Montreal, and I'm 23 years old. I've been playing for around 5 years competitively, I would say.
And you became an expert pretty quickly.
Yeah, with the help of my clubmate Jason Lee, I was able to just climb up in the rankings really, really fast, and sort of hit a plateau at around 1900.
Well, it's sort of hard to go up from 1900, but do you eventually hope to surpass 2000?
Definitely, and I know for a fact that the easiest way to do that will be to learn words, which is something I am very lazy at doing.
Okay, but in the absence of a good vocabulary, creative phonies help sometimes, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, and that's your bread and butter.
Sometimes. Yes.
All right, well, I'll let you play your last game. Thanks,
Thank
Josh.
you, Terry. Bye.
How did you first start playing competitive Scrabble?
I played in a Collierville, Tennessee literacy event, 3 persons to a team. and there were members of the Scrabble club in Memphis there who were helping lead the event, and they saw that I could play Scrabble a little bit, invited me to go to the club, and I did, and I got hooked.
Hey everybody, I am Josh Greenway. We are at the North American Scrabble Championships. Division 1 right now. Is that true?
It doesn't feel true, but I guess it is.
That's good. So what is your record?
I have 11 wins and 12 losses. I'm sorry, 10 wins and 2 losses now.
Okay.
See what I mean?
Gotcha. So it just it depends on what's happening here. I'm just going to get a little more light on us there. I think that looks better.
I agree.
So Benji, where are you from?
I am from New Jersey. I'm living in right now. I originally came from Westchester, New York. I just played Mac, who I used to live about a half hour from.
Oh, very good. And did you come out on top in your last game to keep in the lead?
I did.
I see. So tell me about how you got involved in competitive Scrabble in the first place.
So when I was in high school, I basically played in like my high school Scrabble club, and no one could really compete with me at some point. So I did a search for online Scrabble. I found a great website called ISC. A lot of you watching may or may not know about it. And I started playing on there, learned the 2s, learned some of the 3s, and then about half a year later I played my first tournament, and I've been playing for about 10 years now.
Fantastic. So I'm always interested in kind of that journey, and it's interesting when people go from sort of beating up on their friends and family to then searching out sort of the next level of competition. So, like, if you were talking with someone who was kind of in that position or was interested in Scrabble and was looking for more stuff to do, like, you know, you talked about learning the 2s and 3s, like, what would your advice be to them?
That's actually really funny because one of my friends asked me this exact question. If you're really just starting out, my advice is basically there's a cheat sheet you could probably find online. I would say learn those words. If you have to play with it online using that cheat sheet, go ahead, cheat. It's not a big deal. You'll learn those words better that way.
Right.
Try and wean yourself off of it eventually. And then the other advice I would give is learn some basic defense, just basic things like don't put vowels in front of triple letter scores. Don't make crazy plays next to triple word scores. Don't open crazy triples. Just like very, very basic defense.
Gotcha. And so those are sort of some of the first steps in a journey that could lead you right to the top, the current position, top of Division 1.
It still doesn't feel real.
So we've still got a long way to go.
Oh yeah,
so,
I'm not expecting to stay here, to be honest.
What is your approach though at this point when we're coming up on midway through the tournament? We're not quite halfway there, but what is your approach? Like, do you just take it a game at a time? Do you try to get extra sleep? What does your process look like?
Well, I'm definitely socializing less than I would be otherwise. I'm trying to keep my energy levels high, basically. I'm trying to take my time with each game, make sure I think through every move properly. I made some good moves, some not so great moves, as people on the internet have been very quick to tell me.
For sure. Well, and you can watch some of these top table games if you go to the Facebook page. If you search NASPA, and just like it's spelled behind us, NASPA, NASPA Scrabble on Facebook, you'll find our Facebook page, and you'll find a link at the top which will take you to a page where you can see games playing out in process. So my next question for you, Benji, is you talked about, trying to take it easy a little bit, like we're in Party City. You've got your beads, all that kind of stuff.
Conrad keeps giving me beads.
So socializing, just taking it a little bit easy. But here's my question. From the time that you began, 10 years ago, or it sounds like a little bit before that, to now, what does your friend group look like? What does your community look like? What's Scrabble done for you that way?
Let me take a second for that one. It's a lot to think about. Like, my friend groups have had many ups and downs. I've became friends with people. I've fallen out of friendships. I've made new friends. I've seen friends pass away. It's all part of being a community, though.
For sure. And certainly on a personal note, having this kind of community is pretty
great.
Amazing. And, we've got this crazy game Scrabble in common, but there are just all kinds of different people here. And the friendship part of making words, building friendships is something that's super important to me.
I'll say this much. I took a kind of a break from Scrabble when I was getting pretty frustrated with the tiles. In 2013, I was also doing well at this tournament, and I fell off a lot near the end. Hoping that this doesn't happen again. And I got really frustrated. I played a lot the next year and just completely burned myself out. I took a step back for a while, and then last year, about a year and a month ago, I played a tournament and used that tournament to decide that I wanted to get back into it and start trying again.
Oh, that's great.
At one point, 3 Scrabble players at a table all offered me food. And if you want to be my friend, just offer me food.
Well, listen, best of luck to you the rest of the way. I look forward to seeing you up there on the leaderboard and what the shape of this tournament is going to be like for you over the next, what do we got, 19 games to go, something like that?
I'm taking painkillers to kill the pain that eventually will come.
All right.
But I will do my best.
Very good. Benji, thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Alrighty. So I'm here with Dustin Brown, who's having a solid performance right now in Division 3. So tell me, how did you get into Scrabble?
I originally got into Scrabble when my mom looked online to see if there are any... She wanted me to do something, and she knew I liked Scrabble and looked up a club online to see if there was anything near us, and there ended up being one at the local library that was run by Cornelia Guest, and started there and kept going.
Cool. And walk me through your first tournament. How was that?
My first tournament. All right. I actually remember my first 3. My first tournament, it was in, I think, Bethel, Connecticut, and I went 0-7, got smashed every single time, but ended up being okay because it was my first tournament. My rating still miraculously went up.
So how about, and the next 2 got better for you?
Second one I also went 0-5, but that was okay. And then the third one ended up being the school Scrabble Nationals, and we went 5-2 in that, so that was pretty cool.
Cool. And so what keeps you coming back to Scrabble?
I just love the game. I love the atmosphere. A lot of the people are really, really nice, and you can always make a trip out of the tournaments.
And so outside of Scrabble, tell me something else that you enjoy doing that you're good at.
I love geography.
Geography, cool. You do competitions or anything?
Kinda. I run the school club for geography at my high school.
Awesome. And so you're doing well in this tournament, right?
Yeah.
What's your record right now?
I'm 10-4.
Awesome.
I was in second place last round, but then got beaten by Cooper.
All right, cool. Well, yeah, it's definitely a division of kids in Division 3. I suspect one of you is going to win. So best of luck the rest of the way. Thanks for talking.
All right, so Jesse's. We've got Jesse Day and Jesse... No, I'm just kidding. No. We have Jesse Matthews here. We have Jesse Day over there. He's going to lean in a tiny bit more into this photo here. Actually, I'll even scooch over a tiny bit more. All right, we're going to start with Jesse Yellow here. So where are you from?
That's a tough question to answer.
Okay.
But I live in New York City, and I was in the Bay Area for 7 years before that.
Okay. And where are you from?
I currently live in Vancouver, where I was born, but I've hopped around Western Canada in the meantime.
We're going to come back to your guys' travels over time here. Jesse Day, how did you first start playing the game of Scrabble?
I was bored as a senior in high school, and I'd applied to colleges and didn't have much else to do, so I started playing online, and I was terrible when I started, but got hooked.
Cool. And tell me about your first tournament.
My first tournament was the newcomers event at the 2005 Boston area tournament, the BAT. And I lost my first 2 games, and I was kind of cranky, and then I won my third game by 350 points. I was like, maybe I can do this.
And was there anyone else in your family playing in that tournament?
My mom has played tournaments in the past. She was not at
She's
my
at
first
your
event.
second tournament.
But at my first weekend tournament, my mom and I were in the same division for the only time. I went 12-2, and my mom went 2-12. But she's got some games. She improved after that.
Yeah. And moving on to the other Jesse, how did you first start playing the game?
I started playing online on Yahoo Literati, actually. It's a variation on Scrabble with a different tile distribution and different board setup. That was when I was 14, so 17 years ago I started playing online, and I met a player on there by the name of James Leong, who some of you may know. He's been the U.S. national champion before in 2007. We both grew up playing speed games together, so that's kind of how both of us improved our game, just playing basically thousands of games in the span of several years. And yeah, we just got hooked on it. It was just an attractive challenge that really we're still trying to master.
And tell me about your first tournament.
My first tournament was the annual Calgary tournament that happens in October. James had actually played in a tournament earlier in the year in the next province over, and he had highly recommended that I try playing a tournament in real life, as I call it. And I thought, okay, well, this is different, sure, why not? And basically James and the director of his Vancouver club at the time, Judy, they petitioned to the Calgary director on my behalf to move me up from the bottom division because they said it would be not really a challenge. They were hesitant because they'd had people online before that had come and not done very well, but they agreed to move me up a single division to Division 3, and I ended up winning that division in a nail-biter at the end, but still won, so they were happy with that and just kind of took off from there.
Sounds good. So moving back to other Jesse, so what do you do outside of Scrabble these days?
I currently work as a data scientist at a startup in New York City.
And before that, you were a student for a little bit, or?
Yeah, I did my PhD at the University of California, Berkeley. Go Bears.
Cool. And so this startup, you think this data science is a newer thing that you've been doing? You think it's something you're going to stick to, or enjoying it?
Oh, it's been good for the time being. I like it as a career because there's a lot of demand, and I can go do it basically anywhere in the world that I want. So I'm pretty excited about it as a future.
Cool. And other Jesse, how about you? What's your job outside of Scrabble?
My current job, I am a flight attendant for Air Canada, so I spend a lot of my days in the air going to different parts of North America and sometimes beyond.
And how did you end up there?
It's actually been a really strange path to get to my current career. I was a programmer once upon a time. I decided that wasn't for me, and then I went to school to study psychology and language because they were both things that were fascinating to me, and I liked the idea of research, but it just wasn't enough to do another decade basically of grad school, so I wanted to find something that would let me keep in touch with Scrabblers and other people I've met throughout my travels and life, and basically an airline job made sense. I get paid to fly around and to learn languages as part of my job, and that's really attractive for me.
Cool. So you think you're going to stick with that for a while?
That is the idea. I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to try to become a service director for Air Canada the next year. So that's basically the person who is in charge of all the flight attendants on board and gets to coordinate a small team pretty much every time that there is a pairing.
Cool. That sounds good. So we're going to switch to travel for now because I know you guys do a little bit outside of Scrabble. Pop quiz. Can you both give me a country count of how many countries you have been to?
Together?
Either both individually, how many countries has each Jesse been to?
Oh, in the 40s somewhere. I think 41.
Okay, I won't make you name all of those. How about you, Jesse?
I'm somewhere in the 30s myself.
Well, you guys, I pale in comparison at like 19, so. All right. How many places have you both lived? We'll just go with places, not countries. Well, let's just find out with places.
Okay, I have lived in Vancouver very briefly. I don't remember it, but I was told I did. Then in some suburbs named Surrey and Langley close by. In Calgary, Alberta. In New London, New Hampshire for a year. That's kind of a really random side story. Kelowna, British Columbia until basically earlier this year, and now Vancouver again.
And how about you, other Jesse?
Honestly, I don't think I can name everywhere I've lived.
You taught me a new place yesterday, so.
Yeah, I mean, I moved around a lot as a kid, but roughly speaking, born in California, lived in Europe for 8 years, in Italy and France. Went to high school in Boston, lived in China for a year, lived in the Bay Area for 7 years, and now I'm excited to be in New York City.
Yeah, cool. So I've had the honor of traveling abroad with both of you. Jesse Day, we've been to Asia. Jesse Matthews, we've been to Europe, and we've done some U.S. road tripping. I guess I've done some mini road trips with you as well, but right, I call it a Europe trip, but yeah, we did also go to Morocco, and that was pretty sweet. So I don't really know. Have you guys ever traveled together? Like, what's the story there?
We've indirectly traveled together. We both went to South Africa at the same time. Jesse was there to play in a challenge that was, this Jesse was there to play. It's like third person when I'm talking. Jesse Day was there to play in a tournament, and I knew there was a tournament going on, but I didn't really want to play in it. I just wanted to explore a new country, and other people that I knew happened to be there. So we got there at the same time, and a mutual friend of ours by the name of Gabriel Wong was actually there on business as well and managed to fit in a layover. So all three of us, for very different reasons, were in the same city just a year and some ago.
Cool. So if you two could travel somewhere together, A, could you agree on a place, and B, what would it be?
Oh, interesting question. I want to go to Brazil, and you speak some Portuguese. So.
I do speak some. I'm not fluent. This man speaks more languages than I do.
We're going to get to that.
I think definitely São Paulo would be nice to go there. I have not been there yet. But further in the north, like Fernando de Noronha is an island off the coast in the northeast that's beautiful, and I'd love to go there sometime. Basically inland from there in Recife and other spots like that.
I'm in.
All right, we're going to Brazil.
Cool. I'd want to go to Salvador myself, so but
cool.
That'll be good stuff there. All right, so I'll give you each like 30 seconds to a minute to tell me what's your favorite travel experience, or just a favorite travel experience, because I understand it's hard to just have one.
It's really hard to pick all of them, but I'm going to have to go with the big one for me. It's when I managed to get my travel points to work together to fly first class on Emirates on my way to a world championship in Australia. That was amazing.
And you went the wrong way around the world, right?
Yeah, I went from San Francisco to Dubai in first class on Emirates, and then after 2-day layover, I went on to Singapore in first as well, and that was super, super awesome.
And Arch, you're leaving out one little bit about what you did in Dubai, right?
In Dubai, I went up to Burj Khalifa as well and managed to get some pictures there. I met up with a couch surfer there as well and explored the city together, but what did I miss?
Didn't you stay at the Burj Khalifa?
Oh, no, I was going to stay with a couch surfer in the Burj Khalifa, but he bailed, so I had to...
Oh, I did not know. All this time, I thought you actually stayed there. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry it didn't work out, but it was a fantastic trip, though. All right, Jesse Day, how about you?
I'd highlight Western China. It's not on everyone's radar, but it's a pretty remarkable place. I went to Kashgar with Gabriel Wong, already mentioned Scrabbler. And I would strongly recommend Xinjiang province to anyone looking for a bit of a unique, different kind of adventure. And I want to go back to Central Asia, but it's a bit hard to get there, so I'm not sure when I'll get the chance, but one day soon.
And how did you get back from Xinjiang? Tell me what that was like.
Are you talking about a certain 16-hour bus ride?
That is what I'm talking about, yeah.
That's one of the hardships of traveling in Central Asia. Things are kind of far apart from each other. So, yeah, Gabe and I spent about 16 hours on a bus. It was just inside of Xinjiang province, but it was shaking so hard it was actually impossible to do anything except for lie in place. Actually, my cell phone shook out of my pants. And we were traveling on a bus that was loaded with construction equipment. So it's a bit of a miracle I recovered my phone, but thankfully I did, in spite of being jolted into submission.
Yeah. So all this travel and all these places you guys have lived, I'm sure we've noticed you picked up some languages along the way. Would you both call yourselves polyglots? And if so, what languages do you speak?
I can't officially call myself a polyglot because I believe the official definition is 4 or more.
You're pretty close, right?
I speak English and Spanish pretty much fluently, and French I'm working on right now to become professionally proficient for working for a Canada on board. And then Portuguese I can function, but still need to improve. So maybe in a year or two I could call myself one, but right now I would say bilingual and close to trilingual.
How about you, Jesse?
Yeah, as Jesse mentioned, it depends what kind of standards you use. But I
You're
grew
a polyglot for sure.
I don't know. I mean, I grew up going to French school until I was in 8th grade. Yeah, I lived in France for a bit. Also lived in Italy, so I speak some Italian. I'm fluent in Mandarin Chinese because I lived in China for a year and I was studying there. I speak some Spanish, not as well as I would like, and I studied Thai for a few years at UC Berkeley. So, I mean, 6, but they're all works in progress, English included.
Scrabblers, we like to sell ourselves a little bit short every now and then. I'm guilty of it too. Let's switch back to Scrabble for a sec before Josh jumps back in here. Tell me about your favorite moment in the Scrabble world, or again, one that's up there.
From having played, for me that one's easy. This was when I won the World Open Championship in Prague. So basically that was one division down from the Invitational event where all the very best players in the world played, and I missed qualifying by 1 game there, and that was of course sad, but I managed to win the event that was held for everyone who didn't qualify for that main event. So that was probably my biggest moment in Scrabble.
Which, if I recall correctly, included at least one former world champion and one of the top players in Asia as well. So it's not a small achievement, lest you think that Division 2 at the Worlds might not be. It's definitely impressive. How about you, Jesse?
Unequivocally, my favorite moment in Scrabble to date was when our friend James Leong won the national championship.
Yeah.
Partially because I convinced him to go in the first place. He didn't want to go to Dayton, Ohio that much, but we turned it into a bit of a road trip, and I think it's the greatest underdog victory in Scrabble history, and nothing has made me happier than watching him come away with the win. And he did it in his own idiosyncratic style, where he was sort of fast playing all of his opponents into errors,
including the very final play.
Yes, he would claim that it's just boredom that leads him to play quickly, but it was a brilliant strategy, and that was still my happiest moment in Scrabble.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, it's definitely up there for me as well. It's probably was one of my favorite until certain other nationals. But so before I jump out here, any other questions I should be asking? Anything else want to talk about, or?
Well, maybe this tournament. What's happening with us so far? Maybe in this tournament, how it's going so far.
Oh, how is it going for you so far, Jesse?
For me, better than I thought. I was a last-minute addition to the CWL division, and currently I'm at 9-5 in 9th place, so definitely better than I expected. I'm going to hope that some of the luck and skill combined will keep up.
Cool. And how about you, other Jesse?
I'm doing okay. I'm 8-6. Got a little bit of spread that last game. Still early going, but I would love it if we both cash. Dual Jesse top 10 finish would be pretty sweet. So that's my new goal.
I suspect you'll probably go 7-0 tomorrow in classic Jesse fashion.
This is what you do. Yes.
Yeah.
I would actually be happier if this Jesse won 7-0. That's just me.
He's so kind.
It doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. That's the great thing about playing with a bunch of your friends.
So in fact,
even better. Well, I'm going to jump out here. I just want to thank you guys so much for speaking. I know Josh wants to jump in here and ask you a couple more questions, but I wish you both a lot of luck the rest of the way, obviously. And let's let Josh jump in here. Thanks a lot, guys.
Enjoy your dinner. Thank you. See you later. All right, this actually feels like it's time for me to be hosting or transitioning to another segment, but I am not running the show here on social media today. That goes over to Josh on my shoulder here, who's doing a fantastic job from what I've seen so far. All right, I'm going to drop my announcer voice and hand you the mic back.
Thanks very much, Jesse, and I'm really excited to join in here. I was excited for this feature interview tonight and was able to listen into the interview, and there was a lot of really interesting information, and I want to share an anecdote from my past, which is when I started playing Scrabble, I would see you guys at tournaments, and I would think, man, these guys are like, not only are they top of the standings, but look at these two physical specimens. They are both super tall dudes, and I don't mind saying so, super handsome dudes as well.
Look at you go.
So here's the question, because each of you are kind of handsome in your own way. Jesse Matthews, a little more polished. Jesse Day, a little more kind of California style.
I'm a diamond in the rough.
So here's the question, and I'll take any advice. How do I become a little more handsome?
I don't know. Ask your parents. Honestly, maybe I don't know, perhaps Scrabble. What does Winter call that game where everyone runs around the room and they're playing Scrabble at the same time? Scrabble marathon or something? I would say that might be a way. You know, you get to enjoy Scrabble and get to keep fit as well, which is something that we all like to do when possible. So
there you go. So, and I'll ask Jesse Day, what are your handsome, like for yourself, what do you do to stay so handsome?
I have no fashion sense of my own, so I strongly recommend finding someone with fashion sense and make them your significant other. That's or close friend / chooser of wardrobe.
I see. Very good. So I've got another question. Now, you may have kind of covered this, but what I'm mostly interested in, because I am, when I do play, I'm nowhere near the top of the standings. And what I enjoy about Scrabble is the community. So what I want to know is, what is your journey been like? Obviously you guys are really accomplished players, but tell me about what you think about, the community, what kind of friends you've made, and what keeps you coming back for more.
it is absolutely the people, because the reality is we're all going to have mediocre tournaments and bad ones. You know, we obviously try to play well all the time, but it's either it's not possible or we get unlucky, whatever. And what keeps us coming back is always the people, you know, the friendships that you make across the board, and the time we get to spend outside of the tournament room in, say, after-hours activities, such as the ones here at Nationals. So there was the trivia contest yesterday. I believe the musicale is this evening. Yep. Yeah, I think the schedule is still in my head. I've memorized it. But there's some of those activities. We used to do Ultimate Frisbee on one evening of the Nationals every year, but then some of the locations weren't as conducive to playing Ultimate Frisbee, so that kind of dropped off. But maybe we'll get that revived again. You never know. But really, it's all about the time we spend together after hours, either at tournaments or for me, because I work as a flight attendant, when I am in someone's city for a layover, I can usually contact them on Facebook or text message or something, and we can meet up to play a couple of games. So it's not just tournaments, it's also time that we spend between that really makes all the difference.
For sure, and I really want to hear from you, Jesse Day, as well, just because I love that your answer to the favorite Scrabble moment was someone else's success. So tell me what the community means to you and what the journey has been like for you.
Yeah, well, in reality, we all grew up together. I started playing when I was 17. I'm 29 now, and most of my close friends in the game I've known for over a decade. That doesn't mean that I'm not open to making new friends, but I mean, it's been more so than the results. It's more just that the game seems to draw these just great, fascinating people, and getting to spend time with just awesome, creative people is like a major source of the richness of my life. I mean, you know, grad school was pretty tough for me, and I don't know if I would have made it without Scrabble. So I am deeply appreciative of the friends that I have in the game, and have to remember that when. Sorry?
I was going to cut in, actually. I got to watch him graduate and get his PhD.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. I mean, you can't beat that. You know, it's you know, it is life. It's not just like Scrabble friends. Like, these are my friends for life. So.
Absolutely, and I think that's a wonderful tribute that you just gave, and it really is. You know, the community is amazing. And I know that we've only spent a short time here. I appreciate you guys letting me jump in with some questions. But I'm hoping the three of us come away a little better friends after this interview.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, hello to Jillian, who is watching from home. I see some comments there. Whether I read them out loud or not, I'm not sure. Jesse and I got to have lunch together today as well. For anyone who was in New Orleans and watching, we went to Cochon to get lunch there. It was probably the best meal I've had here so far.
You should all go there.
And we met some really cool people who are from the Caribbean sitting at the table next to us.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome.
Nice.
And I got to teach Jesse Day a new word from linguistics. It does not work in Scrabble, but I was talking about the Bayesian accent that I was looking for in one of the people, and he thought that I was doing a portmanteau of Asian and then another B in front of it. But Bayesian in reality is actually, it's a word to describe an accent that's from Barbados.
Yeah, that was awesome. That's not a part of the world that I knew anything about, and it's always amazing how much this guy knows about all different little linguistic corners of the world.
That is awesome. If you want another lunch tip, I am off tomorrow to Mina's Palace. I think they make the best jambalaya in the city, and I do not miss that place when I find myself in New Orleans. So, listen, I want to thank you guys for your time, and, this has been fantastic.
Yeah, keep up the good work.
It's been a pleasure. Well done. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far and enjoying not having to do it myself for a change.